you guys are going to catch a little live audio check real quick, and we're going to check. We're still counting down, but I'm just going to check Wiley's audio. Wiley, if you could chat, just say something real quick. I want to make sure your volume is at the right level.
Oh yeah. What up, chat? How's everybody doing?
Okay, that should be good. Everyone, how does Excalibro sound on your end?
Yeah, let me know if we need to turn me up, turn me down. I can talk more if I need to.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right.
Awesome.
Sounds good to me too, so perfect. I did give you a little bit of a boost, so. Thank you for subbing, Pipsqueeze. It's the fun part of streaming is I get to call people by their name when their name is Pipsqueeze. And welcome also Araru. I don't know how to pronounce that exactly. I will just go with Aura, maybe. That's the best way to try to get a free username at this point. It's hard to come up with names. I was terrible with it for the longest time. All right, chat, I hope you're ready. Let's get it started. So that Ghost of Tsushima part of my intro video has been there since I made that like 2 months ago or so. And now it is finally relevant. Welcome everybody to the Ghost of Tsushima chat as we get ready for the Ghost of Yotei playthrough that I'm going to be doing here on Twitch starting tomorrow. We are also going to talk FF7 news here at the start of stream, because obviously I'm an FF7 guy, as is my guest, Wiley, aka the Excalibro. Welcome to the setup for the special engagement, the first ever live chat between me and someone else here on the stream. I do have a special announcement this is like pretty locked in, but on Sunday for the Rebirth finale stream, I'm going to be joined about halfway through, after I finish the playthrough portion, by Sleep Easy. So we will chat a bit about the ending and everything, all things Rebirth. And we'll be able to chat about that live. I think for the first time that me and him have chatted live. But for today, we have the Excalibro, Wiley. I know a lot of people in my chat and in my community, also hi Palmer, sub, caught a lot of your YouTube since you were featured on Max's channel, first time able to catch stream, let's go. Thank you and welcome in. But I know a lot of people here probably know Excalibro through Final Fantasy TV and also just the interwebs, as he is sort of everywhere. But in case there's anyone here who doesn't know who you are, can you introduce yourself and a little bit about you, your relationship to FF7, the worlds of the fandom, and where people can find you?
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, it's my honor to be your first guest. That's awesome, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that spot. So yeah, I'm Wiley, aka Excalibro, as some of you may know. Currently producing content on Final Fantasy TV with Dan, aka the Warrior of Hype. He's the channel owner. I was a panelist for 69 hours of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth analysis podcast over there. So a lot of you may know me from that, but that's mostly what I've been busy doing in the Final Fantasy VII community. If you haven't checked that series out, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm all over the internet, Twitter, Blue Sky, at the JD Wiley. That's my handle. Yeah, tonight I'm here to celebrate and talk about Ghost of Tsushima, especially within the context of samurai cinema, as well as speculate about Ghost of Tsushima, aka Ghost of Yotei.
And the pun, yeah. You had to drop the pun, right?
Had to.
2 steps point, the king of the dad jokes. So yes. One thing that I did want to bring up is I'm blanking right now. But yes, that entire series that with Final Fantasy TV was incredible. I definitely watched a lot of those episodes. And so it's great to have you on. And this came together, now I remember what I wanted to say. But yeah, this came together very naturally, right? I did my Ghost of Yotei video, my first Ghost of Yotei video, a few weeks back, which interestingly enough, the creative director of the game actually sort of like confirmed a couple of the movies, the films that I highlighted in that. And after I posted that video, that was really about looking at the potential inspirations for Ghost of Yotei and its story through the lens of samurai films, samurai cinema. That's when you reached out, and I mean, we know each other already through FF7, but you reached out and you were like, oh yeah, I love this. I love these kinds of movies. You're a big samurai movie guy, even more than me. You've seen more than I have. So we were chatting. This is some behind the scenes for everyone in chat. Hey, Atro, what's going on? We're just chatting, and I was like, dude, I would love to have you on, because I'm planning to do my first playthrough outside of FF7, which will be Ghost of Yotei, starting tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be jumping into Ghost of Yotei on launch day. So that'll be fun. But yeah, I was talking to Excalibro, and I was like, oh man, yeah, we both really vibe with Tsushima, as we'll talk about in a bit. And it just came together. It's like, let's get together, let's chat about Ghost of Tsushima, let's spread sort of the good word of that game, right, and share our passion with all of you. Some of you who may have, played the game, some of you who may not have played the game. And if you haven't, we'll do a lot of spoiler-free chat, and you'll get a sense of the beginning of the game. We invite you, if you haven't played it, to watch us, go through the beginning of the game, and we'll chat about it, add some additional commentary, and then we'll get into a more spoiler-filled section. I have an image that'll denote when we are getting to spoilers, but, it might be good just to hang around, watch, unless you really do plan the game to play the game. It might be a good way to check out Tsushima, then maybe play yourself, or jump straight to Yotei, whatever is up to you, whatever you decide to do from there. A couple of other things. There is a FF Tactics review on my main YouTube account, just at SubTXT, and I dropped that on Saturday. So if you're looking forward to tactics or you're curious about it or just want to know my initial thoughts, that is there on the channel. But that also brings us to Final Fantasy, which I do want to speak for a bit, because obviously I'm a big FF7 creator, as is Wiley. So I thought it'd be worthwhile to chat a bit about the news that has popped up. So first, before we get into that, before we get into sort of the big topics that have landed in the past week or so, Wiley, Part 3 temperature check. We haven't chatted directly, as far as I remember, about it. So, you know, there's been a lot of news, still no reveals yet. So just a quick pulse check, like where you are, what's your hype level, what do you want to see most next, aside from just the name? And also, if you could tell us your main choice for the name, because it's one that I highly subscribe to, and I really hope they choose.
Yeah, you got it. All right, so like you said, we're all excited for the name. I'll throw in with that the logo, the colors, the cover art. I'm gonna just say that's all part of one stock thing. But outside of that, like, I am most excited to see the Highwind in action. Maybe some of Vincent's beast forms, but neither of these things are something I'm expecting in a first trailer, right? These are just like, that's where my hype's at. I'm super hyped to see what they're gonna do with the Highwind.
What are you expecting first trailer? It's like Game Awards. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting something dialogue heavy, you know, maybe a bit of the Frozen North going on. You're getting sort of the themes of the story, sort of the dark texture of the story, that kind of thing. And they're saving all of the big moments, the weapon, the Highwind, you know, Meteor, all of these big spectacle pieces. I think that comes in like a huge trailer next year. But I think the announcement one is going to be a little bit more tame, kind of like what we saw with Rebirth. That's kind of my thought. What are you thinking?
I'm quite different. Here's the thing. Okay, so I have some background in the marketing world. Not to say that this has really helped me much with Square Enix, because they're not very good at it, in my opinion. But if I were them, just knowing the stage of the Game Awards, I would use that as a moment to at least share something a little bit more meaningful, something that would hint at the gameplay experience a bit, because you're going to have a large audience who isn't as invested in the story as we are. And so I think that is the primary platform, the Game Awards, tens of millions of viewers, to really put something in the world that can get them excited about what the game experience is. Because I think that's the way to really hook in all those people. Look, we're all story people. You and I in particular are story guys. But there are loads of story-based games out there, and I think that's been Final Fantasy's biggest weakness in some ways in the transition from the PS1 and PS2 era to the modern day, is that they were the biggest bad boys on the block when it came to story. It's what drew me to them. Back with something like FF7. But there's a million story-based games now. Some that do it extremely well, some that I love and play, one that we're going to talk about today, right? So they don't have that market quite cornered. So I think they can't just rely solely on the story pulling people in. I think they should show a little bit of the Highwind. I think they should show combat, obviously. Maybe show a triple tech. I think it'll be short. I don't think you show everything, but I think they need to show something that can sort of like get the adrenaline pumping, get people who may not be totally invested or interested to sort of like perk up at it. Granted, while that makes all the sense in the world, at least to me, the last time they had a Game Awards placement was right before Rebirth, and they did a music performance and really, and like barely any video playing in the background. It really didn't matter much to anyone who didn't know the story really well. I thought that was sort of a waste of a Game Awards spot. You could do that. They could have done that somewhere else. And then they had the actual trailer with so much gameplay and other stuff just posted online. Didn't even use the Game Awards show itself for that. So That
So
was,
if you would have asked me what I want,
yeah,
I would have gave the same answer you did. But what do I think they're going to do? It's like you said, they're not the most nimble when it comes to marketing sometimes. So my expectation versus my desire, they're not 100% in alignment. But yeah, I'll agree with you there. That's what they
yeah,
should be doing. You know, they have so much spectacle to push for part 3. I mean, come on.
yeah.
Show us a
Okay,
weapon.
so name, real quick. What's your
Yeah,
name?
okay.
We did talk about it on one of my streams not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before. And somebody did mention you, that you were I forgot who had mentioned it. I forgot who had mentioned this name, and then someone in chat mentioned that you had mentioned this name. So if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would love to see Final Fantasy VII relive. And the reason is manifold, but let me walk you through it. So remake, okay, make as in procreate, rebirth as in the birthing process, a new thing is born, and then relive is the next natural part of the life cycle. And so obviously beyond that, you have all kinds of really meaty implications. Who's going to relive? Who's going to remain alive? Who will die? There's a bunch of unanswered questions from the end of Rebirth, and a title like that is really provocative. And then, of course, you have the meaning of everyone that played it the first time 30 years ago gets to relive that experience, and that just hits for me, man. I would love to see that.
Or Redeath for part 4, as far as saying in chat. But that'll be the DLC, the Redeath DLC.
Right. Man,
I really love Relive for all the reasons that you mentioned. Obviously, it'll make people think about, are certain characters going to be relived? Are they going to relive? But what really draws me to it is, for one, there's just like a thing about it that just hangs on your ear a little bit. It's a little unusual, and it kind of sticks with you. Kind of like Rebirth did for me, honestly. Like, that's also, I don't know, something about that name was a bit unconventional, but really worked for me. And then the other one, the other thing, the bigger reason why I really love it is what you would kind of mention in terms of like us reliving the experience of Final Fantasy VII, reliving sort of that catharsis of reaching the ends, of learning the truth. Reliving, the characters will be reliving memories. Like, that is a major component of the live stream sequence, is really reliving, literally, almost literally, really big moments in Cloud's life and Tifa's. So I think it's a pretty apt sort of like name. I really like it. I hope they choose it, to be honest. It's rising. It's been rising. When I did my top 5 on stream, I think it was number 5, but I did it more based on like what I thought was most likely. So Return was number 1.
Return's at the top. Yep.
Yeah. But the more I sit with it, the more I really like Relive. So yeah,
it's got the meta piece, I think, that Remake and Rebirth have, that we've come to recognize in it. You know, like when everybody finished Remake, we all realized like this title means something more than what we thought it did at first. And I think Relive helps capture that too. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Whether they
and we
do it
will
or they don't,
be getting news on it soon. So that was the big thing that came out in the interviews. Probably the biggest thing that came out of the interviews, in terms of, you know, we all have our little back and forth discussions of, is it a sequel? Is it a requel? Is it a reimagining? Is it blah, blah, blah? But the big thing is that they can play the damn thing, right? Like, part of that, like, pretty much the game, they said, is playable. Seemingly all the way through, which gives them about a year of polish. So that's really exciting. We've been talking about it on my streams all these past Sundays. Everyone here in chat can tell you, I've really pushed back on the idea that it could be an early 2027 release, just because I thought that was very fast. Just given the fact that it took technically 4 years between Remake and Rebirth. And so if it were early 2027, you're only giving them really 3 years. I know they started pre-production a bit earlier. Nomura's been talking about it since like 2022, that he's been doing stuff for part 3. But it really just seemed like a bit unreasonable to expect it early 2027. So I've been pushing like middle, like 2027, or the end
I would love to
of
see
2027,
that.
like to lead into sort of like Game Awards, because I do think the closer they are to Game Awards, they might have a better shot at actually winning it. And for the franchise, it would be really big for them to actually win that, because I think it's something that everyone kind of knows is around. They know it's a franchise is around. They know people love it. They know it's good, but it's never, you know, for a more casual person, risen to the level of winning Game Award. And I think if it won the Game Award for like Game of the Year, it would be potentially something to push people over the edge to actually check it out, take it seriously. So that'd be best for them. All that said, if they are where they are at and they are basically in the polish stage for the next year or so, they could do early 2027. I may be wrong about that. They did say the DLC added times to Rebirth. I know that. I just, based on my very loose knowledge of how all of this stuff works, it just seemed like it was probably a relatively smaller team working on that for a while. I don't think the entire team was working solely on the DLC for a year. I figure they had multiple teams doing multiple things. So a portion of the team working on Rebirth itself, and then another smaller team working on the DLC. So I always thought they were just like simplifying that for people. I don't know. That was my thing on that. I don't think Rebirth was solely a 3-year cook. But that
I think
said,
part of that year may have also been their transition from PS4 to PS5 and stuff like that. I know there was a lot of stuff they were doing because they knew Rebirth was going to be PS5, so they were prepping for that. So I think Integrate was sort of a test run.
Yeah, Zalowski, and I know that's what they said. I'm also famous for pushing back on things that they've said. Just because I think you're not going to explain all of that to a person, right? You're not going to be like, well, we had 70% of our team working on da-da-da, and 30%. It's just a lot of details that people don't need to know. So they just simplify it to, but a year on the DLC, 3 years on Rebirth. That said, they made Remake in about 3 years because they restarted that development 2017, and then it was out 2020. So they have a history of hitting like 3-year, 4-year cycles. So they have done it. I could be wrong. But there are a couple of things. Content planning, I'd imagine. Yeah. So there are a couple of other interesting news points. We'll quickly skim over the first one. Excalibro, I'm just curious on your perspective on, they mentioned the Beauty and the Beast again as a reference. Hamaguchi in particular has been super consistent with that as a reference point. What do you take away from that, from their reference of Beauty and the Beast as sort of like a reference point for the remake series?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it kind of simple. So I think the key takeaway is that a remake can be successful by deconstructing and reinterpreting the original for modern viewers, right? Rather than altering the core of the narrative. So I think we're looking at like character and lore expansions that add to the tone, even if the tone is slightly different. Like Beauty and the Beast was a little darker than the original, but it was still very accurate. You know what I mean? And I feel like there's sort of a similar execution through the remake trilogy so far. Now, their lore expansions go a little bit further, but you know, they have a lot more to work with. I mean, the compilation is lore rich, whether you like the compilation or just parts of it or whatever. They have a lot that they're working with. So I think it's just expansion, character and lore expansion.
Yeah, I largely agree on certain elements, right? And I spent some time yesterday really deconstructing this a little bit more, because my main pushback on it is that I think the weight of the change is bigger in the remake series compared to in Beauty and the Beast. But
oh yeah,
because in Beauty and the Beast, it's a lot of modernizing in certain senses, right? In terms of like Belle and who she is and her like even profession in, from what I understand, from what I remember, in the Beauty and the Beast remake was slightly different. It was a little bit more modernized. Some of the music was updated and modernized. I think there were a couple of like new music tracks also that sort of gave additional life and texture to even like side characters. But the one thing that was always like stuck with me was, I don't know if there's been like in the Beauty and the Beast remake, if there was, and I had to refresh myself, if there was as much of a direct challenge to the preconceived understanding of like where the story ended, because that's really what remake is doing. And actually in the Beauty and the Beast remake, one thing that it does do is that the timing, it's a small change, but the timing of like when the last flower petal falls, apparently, like it's slightly different. It makes it feel like it might be a tad too late to break the curse. But then it's reversed. So everything is still restored to what it is. But there is like a little bit of a moment, like a pause of like, of I guess doubt potentially for the audience.
Yeah.
That wasn't as solely there in the original. And I was just reading like reviews and stuff. I didn't do a full rewatch. I could be wrong or misreading kind of what I read to quickly get myself caught up with it. I do plan to rewatch them because I do think that would be a good exercise to sort of like rewatch the original and then compare it to the remake. So they do some things that sort of like seemingly throw it for a little bit of a loop. And so, yeah, all that said, the one thing I will always continue to say too is that that's Hamaguchi's sort of interpretation, or how he's framed it up to people. And we still haven't heard really Nojima's perspective on how he's approaching remaking the story. So I am curious about that, like where Nojima's head is at when it comes to that.
Sure.
Real quick, I'm gonna pull up a couple of quick quotes that were newer that some people may not have seen that I thought were interesting. And we're going to go to this scene. Yeah, we're not doing a live breakdown of Beauty and the Beast on stream, don't worry. But let me just get this set up. Browser. So I pulled a couple of additional quotes that came up in the past couple of days, literally past couple of days, that I hadn't seen talked about as much, but I found interesting. This one actually has been talked about, but so we won't spend too much time on. This is the one that's like near future sort of thing. But the one I really want to focus on, there's two. The first one, this is from, I forget exactly where it was, but it's one of the ones that Hamaguchi retweeted. And he was asked in this interview, you've described the remake as a rebuild, not a rewrite. How has that philosophy guided your approach to the iconic story scenes? And he said, the core themes of Final Fantasy VII, life, legacy, humanity, remain unchanged, but it has been decades since the original release. Cultures, technology, and even players' perspectives have changed. We considered all of that carefully. Part 3 is progressing well, and I think it'll be very exciting and satisfying for longtime fans. We've also announced that Part 2 is on its way to Switch 2. So really the focus on this, I just thought it was like interesting. Somebody actually asked about this, because this has been the big quote that has been going out the past couple of weeks, is this like rebuild, not rewrite. And I found it interesting that when given the opportunity to sort of like talk about it with a little more detail, he specified the core themes remain unchanged, and didn't at least outright mention exact events. So I don't know, like I know this is in a lot of ways supportive of my point of view on all of this. But I think there could be a reaffirmation of themes or contextualization of themes, even using a lot of the same like similar moments. I had a whole tweet thread about that I want to go too deep into. But essentially, if you give different context to, let's say, the final scene is still destroying Meteor, killing Sephiroth, and the takeaway, though, the meta understanding of it is like, okay, it's actually totally over, right? Like Sephiroth is completely gone, Genova's completely gone, kind of like how it was when we all played it in 1987, and we're like, oh yeah, that's it, they won, right? And instead, another cycle continued with Advent Children. But you could still reinforce the same themes. I don't know. I just thought this was interesting that he was asked about it and he provided some perspective. So I don't know if you have anything else to add to this one before we get to the last quote, Excalibro.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the philosophy that they're not throwing away what made it iconic, right? It's more like they're upgrading or expanding emotional beats and presentation specifically, right? Like Rebuild sort of gives me that vibe, like it's the same heart but a new body, right? So they're keeping the emotional core of it intact, so fans get the same feeling they did back in 97. So like kind of like nostalgia with fresh eyes, right? There's a balancing act of giving veterans that, I remember this feeling, that rush, while letting first timers, get the magic without it feeling dated.
Yeah.
So, it's got, sort of a cinematic retelling, not a museum exhibit where it's just like preservation of the original one for one. So, I look at it as an enhancement.
Yeah,
So
that's a good point out from Toolman, who said, I wonder if the cultural change over the last 30 years influenced the Dyne changes. I think that's definitely part of it, for sure. We talked about it on stream too. I referenced when I played the Dyne part, I was like, on Final Fantasy TV, Excalibro had a really good take, at least defense, because there's not a lot of defenses of the Dyne portrayal in Rebirth. But I'm not nearly as harsh on it as a lot of other people. And the one thing that I noted about it, because we looked at both the original and the new Dyne scene back to back, one thing that really stood out to me is I feel like the original really highlighted Dyne, and it was like very focused on like making you feel something for Dyne. And I think in the remake, in Rebirth, it's a little bit more geared toward Barrett's arc, and it's making you sort of like understand. And the big takeaway is really a little bit more on Barrett than on Dyne, because that's really the story they're trying to tell.
For sure.
Yeah. The one thing I will say also, to your point of like using newer tech and whatnot, is the live stream sequence. I think, we saw a little bit of it in Rebirth, but we saw like wisps in the live stream, like literally. And in the original game, you do see them walking through Nibelheim. You do see them like walking through Mount Nebel. I think, with the worlds that they've introduced, I think we're going to very literally, it's going to feel like a bigger transportive experience, like movement of characters to like those worlds in a very literal way.
Absolutely.
And they couldn't quite
so much
recreate
room
that
for that.
Yeah. Last one, and then we'll get to Ghost of Tsushima. But he just brought up, this is on the Square Enix blog. You can see my battery was at 10% when I took the screenshot. But I'm also right in the middle of developing the third and final part of the trilogy, the final phase where we bring the series of an epic conclusion and a fitting culmination of everything in Final Fantasy VII. So somewhat selfishly, I read this like, oh, that's very interesting, because it sort of does feel like the thing I've been lobbying for in a way, in terms of feels like they're going to sort of like, rather than just fit into the compilation, that this will help give conclusion to everything, resolution to everything. So that phrasing of that as a culmination of everything in Final Fantasy VII just stood out to me, and I don't think I've seen people share that around too much. So I thought I'd spotlight it. Anything on this before we jump to Ghost?
So just a couple thoughts. So to me, it implies maybe part 3 isn't just the end of the remake trilogy, but it's like almost like maybe a capstone for what FF7 has meant like across the decades. So obviously that includes the OG, but then it also has to nod at the compilation as a whole. Like I think there's a lot of stuff that they set up in Rebirth that they have to wrap up. And so I feel like him saying that this is the culmination, right? There's going to be a narrative closure somehow. It suggests tying together all these different emotional arcs and themes. You know, all these journeys are coming to a close. I don't know if they're going to, go the way that you're thinking, but it would be very interesting. But I think the underlying implication is that this is going to be a fan service done right, right? This is the culmination. So it's not going to be shallow. It's going to be the type of ending where longtime fans, get those goosebump moments, and new players still feel like it's their story too. So I felt this way during Rebirth. I'm really hoping that that's what we get, is something that really feels like just a capstone for the whole thing. It'd be great.
Yeah. And even if, right, like even if they write it differently than I've said, and it does lead into Advent Children, it's possible that they could do that in a way that feels like the ultimate, I guess, slotting in, right? So that FF7 does feel complete, so that you then can look at something like Advent Children and then even Dirge and be like, oh, okay, those have even more context now when I re-experience those. And it would still live up to this idea of providing a culmination for everything in Final Fantasy VII.
Right. So my question for you is, do you read this as just like marketing hype, or do you think part 3 will be, the definitive version of FF7 as a whole with this culmination?
Oh, man.
And that's a big question.
I think it's probably what they're aiming for, right? They're aiming for at least people to walk away, whether it like narratively concludes everything in a like Evangelion rebuild way, because that's the other thing about the rebuild versus rewrite. If you watch Evangelion and the Evangelion rebuilds, the very end of that is very clear. That's the culmination of everything Evangelion. But even if they don't take it to that extent, I do think they hope that people walk away feeling like, okay, I'm good on FF7 things forever, whether it means like this is, and I'm sure they probably want to make more FF7 things, but at least feel, have you ever played the Uncharted games?
Yes.
Kind of like the feeling at the end of Uncharted 4, right?
Yeah.
Like when you end Uncharted 4, you just feel so satisfied. They still made another game. They still made Lost Legacy.
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
You felt satiated, at least with the Nathan Drake story.
Yeah, that's true.
So that could be kind of what they're aiming for. All right. So, all of that said, we are back to the main events, and I think I kept to my timing in my outline.
Nice.
So, I think we're on time. So, main topic time. So we are going to switch to Ghost of Tsushima. This is going to be just a spoiler-free kind of like conversation to start, especially for people here who maybe haven't. Yeah, Uncharted had such a great ending. Real Gaming Tracks, man. I've been like, this partially came up because I was thinking the other day, I was like, man, I really kind of want to replay the Uncharted series all the way through again. But I'm like, I have so many new games that I got to play, or like things in the backlog that would be almost dumb. So anyway, but we're going to talk about Ghosts. So again, this first 30, 45 minutes or so are going to be completely spoiler free. We're just going to talk a bit about the game, the story, the actual game itself, the experience of playing the game, to give you all a sense, in case you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know how much my audience has been exposed to Tsushima, how much they played. So this is really meant to be for everyone. And then we'll dive into a deeper like spoiler chat about it as we walk through some scenes. But first, to kick off, Excalibro, I'm curious. So set the table for us.
Yeah.
So what was your overall experience with Ghost of Tsushima? What were your expectations going in? What was the game actually like compared to those expectations? What hooked you and what stayed with you after all the time with it?
Oof, that's a big question.
That is a big question.
Okay. So my overall experience with Ghost of Tsushima was really I mean, it was positive. Let's just start with that, right? It's one of those games that immediately immersed me in its world, not just visually, but emotionally. Like, the setting of feudal Japan is already rich with history and myth and all this other stuff, and the game managed to balance all that, like romanticized samurai cinema with grounded human drama, right? It's beautiful, it's meditative at times, it's also tense and thrilling. It's one of those things where for a guy like me who's huge into old samurai movies, it felt less like playing a game and more like living a samurai movie, right? So here's what's crazy. I don't really remember having clear expectations going in. Like, I knew Sucker Punch was making it. I expected it to be polished, maybe more in line with traditional open world formula or something like that. I thought it'd be fun, but, you know, not revolutionary. I'm going to use that word. I didn't expect it to hit emotionally the way that it did. So if I had baseline expectations, if I did, it exceeded them across the board. So the visuals, breathtaking. I mean, every 5 minutes, you could just stop and take a screenshot of a random background or cliff top or an overlook or a field. Everything looks great. You might say the combat was sharper and more strategic than I anticipated.
You gotta pun it up.
I would say also thematically, it struck me in ways I wasn't expecting. Like, it wasn't just a game about sword fighting. It was about honor and identity and the clash between tradition and survival. So the narrative focus is what elevated it for me beyond just being like another open world action game to something I'm excited to talk about. So without getting into too much detail, the tension between Jin's duty as a samurai and the desperate and dishonorable tactics he had to adopt as the ghost made all the choices feel meaningful, right? It wasn't just about defeating Mongols. It's about what kind of person Jin is becoming. So what hooked me? The opening scene, literally right out of the gate. I fired up the game and then the game fired me up. Like, we're going to watch this. We're going to watch this and you guys will see what I mean. Immediately hooked me. So
yeah, and just to jump in, as part of like what we're going to do in the spoiler free portion, we both considered it spoiler free. We want to share the intro of the game and talk about it with you all before we jump into officially the spoiler stuff, because it is such a strong opening. It is the opening of the game. So you'll be able to see it with us.
Yeah. So yeah, the whole package stuck with me. The visual poetry, the music, the duels framed like Kurosawa films, right? But if I had to single one thing out, it would be the theme, you know, the theme around sacrifice and identity and how that's like sort of the two sides of how honor is viewed by the two characters we're going to talk about here in a bit. But the story lingers because it's not about winning a war. It's about what you lose in the process of helping people, you know, that you love. Yeah. I love it.
I was reviewing everything related to the game leading into this to prepare for this. And one thing that I noticed is, and this is, I guess, a little bit of a detail, but nothing specific. But at the very end of the game, you come to a point that would feel like the end of the game or the end of the story in a lot of ways. And it continues on a little bit past that, because the story is really, to your point, about beyond, in some ways, the main conflict that you might expect. And I think that was such a strong choice that when reviewing all the scenes to prepare for this, that really, I almost said, I knew that's what happened, but I forgot even how that was paced, you know? And I think it was such an interesting choice, to the point of like the theme of the game, to really give that moment space to breathe and for you to really consume it. I think everyone here, if there's any universal complaint with Rebirth, is that it doesn't quite give you enough time to sort of like breathe in a lot of moments. And I feel like that ending really gave you plenty of time to breathe in what was being communicated to the player in terms of the theme and the story, particularly when it came to Jin and his resolution.
Yeah.
So I guess for myself, I guess my expectations going in were, I thought it was gonna be good. I didn't know what to expect from a Sucker Punch open world sort of game. Especially like my experience with Sucker Punch. I hadn't played, what was the game they had just dropped before Ghost? Was it Infamous? It was the Infamous games, I think.
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, that they did those. I don't know if that was right before. It might have been.
Yeah, I think it was the Infamous games. But before that, even, wasn't it Sly Cooper? Wasn't that
Yes.
Sucker Punch? So that's really what I had played from Sucker Punch.
Very, very different.
Yeah, so I had skipped their growing up phase in a way.
Right.
Oh man, Infamous was so cash. Yeah, I missed it. It was partially because it was like a PS3 era, I think, game, and I skipped the PS3. I was a Xbox player at that time, but it was so I didn't really know what to expect. I knew it was Sony first party. The trailers looked good. Similarly, I think that intro really engaged me. Years later, I would finally play, or I would start Sekiro, and elements of it are kind of similar to what you find in Ghost, but that's fine. You take inspiration from everything for them. It's like film and other games. And then, really what hooked me the most, I would say, even more than the story, was the world, the feeling of the world. It was just a world that I wanted to be in. A lot of times in open world games, I don't like doing a lot of the activities, especially if they feel repetitive. And Ghost of Tsushima's world design is pretty repetitive, but still somehow enjoyable in the repetition. And I think it's because of the vibe of it, right? Like
just the sheer artistry. Yeah.
The sheer artistry of like every landscape and every sort of like zone as you move through it. How sensorial it is in terms of, the wind guides you to your sort of like points, but also along the way, other bits of nature, intercept that element of nature. And like suddenly a fox will run in front of you and you'll want to follow the fox and that'll lead you to a shrine, or you'll see a hot spring and you'll want to sort of like just relax in the hot spring, or a bird will fly by and it'll lead you to, I forgot what the birds brought you to. Maybe it was the hot springs. I don't remember. But weirdly enough, for anybody in chat who has played Rebirth and hasn't played Ghost, very similar design to what's in Rebirth in terms of the little baby chocobos are essentially the foxes. Because in Rebirth, they take you to chocobo stations. And in Ghost, they take you to these shrines that I think give you experience points from what I remember. I went through all the scenes, but I haven't replayed the game in years, so I don't remember exactly what comes out of all the little things. And they had birds that guided you to things in the world too, similar to the birds in Rebirth. So I remember playing Rebirth and thinking, wow, they really, they talked a lot about Horizon as an inspiration. They talked a lot about Witcher 3. But I really felt Ghost of Tsushima the most while I was playing Rebirth. With the exception of like, the UI, in terms of Ghost is incredibly minimalist. There is no compass. It's just the wind. There's certainly no checklist. Although there is a map that will tell you like, where the destination is for your next quest. But it's really not the same in terms of that experience. But yeah, really the world is what hooked me. So much so that like when I beat the story, I had like, I don't know, 20% of the map still to finish, to clean up, to like get platinum. And I barely platinum games, and I platinum Ghost of Tsushima. It is only one of 7 platinum trophies that I have, 2 of which I got automatically for beating Telltale games. You don't need to do anything, you just beat the story. and you get the platinum in like the Batman Telltale games. So those don't even count really in my book. Earned platinums, I have like 4, and Tsushima is one of them. So it's a real, there's just something about the feeling of being in the world. I love the way there's one aspect where a lot of worlds can be very overwhelming, right? And one of the brilliant pieces of game design, I think, is that each act, there's 3 acts in the story, each act sort of puts a limit on where you could go in the world. There's like a northernmost point twice in the story where there's like a castle that you can't get past. So it really focuses you in on one part of the map. And so act 1 is like one part of the map, then you get past that northern part of the story, and then you get to the next part of the map, and that's act 2, and then the last part of the map is act 3. So it really like chunks out, you know, the parts of the map. And so it's not just giving you one giant world to explore all at once. It gives you sort of digestible chunks of the world. And I just thought that worked really well in Tsushima. Bite-sized areas, kind of. I mean, they're big, but
yeah, those are some big bites.
Yeah, big bites. And I guess what stayed with me, I guess what stayed with me was really the visuals. I guess to the point of like the cinematic thing you said of like it feeling like you were playing samurai games. It felt. I mentioned this in one of my Ghost videos, but there is a YouTube channel called Every Frame a Painting, and it's by this guy who's like a film editor, and he like, you know, the name of the channel kind of gives it away, Every Frame a Painting. And that is really how Ghost of Tsushima felt. It felt like I was constantly just in a piece of art in a way. Yeah. In a way that you may only get in a very like animated game in a way, like an Okami or something. But you felt that in this like much more realistic game. And there were moments where I would just like, I'd be like, if I get to the top of that mountain, there's probably something there, but also I know there will be an incredible view. And what really propelled me through so much of the game was like wanting to see those views, wanting to see what's around the next corner. And I just really wanted to be in that world more than anything. I think with the story has really strong story beats that we'll jump through and we'll talk about. But there are moments where there's tons of scenes, and I was reminded of it today when I was going through all the scenes. There's tons of scenes that are very straightforward. They're like, hey, thank you for helping with that. Oh, yeah, sick. The next thing we have to do is this. This is obviously not the dialogue, but it's like very, it's very short, almost transactional, you know, story moments that you're not going to like sit and analyze. It's just, okay, we finished this. Thank you so much. I will see you later. The next time we have to do XYZ. There's almost nothing really that happens on a story level or a character level. And a lot of those like scenes, they just sort of like move you to the next quest. If there's like any fault in the storytelling, I do feel that's probably one area where it just feels like there's a couple moments where the story really, really matters and you're really getting a ton of character. And there are other moments where you're just kind of moving things along to the next sequence. But that said, like those big cinematic moments that you felt while playing were probably the most memorable aspect of it, because it's easy to do a cutscene that has really beautiful cinematic moments, but to create the feeling of that while playing the game is, I think, really unique to Ghost of Tsushima.
Definitely, man. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, it feels like a sequence of moments, right? Like kind of like Every Frame of Painting. It's, you literally just feel like you're going from moment to moment, and every moment has the possibility for some new visual extravaganza. Like, it's crazy. And I think to what you were saying about the storytelling, I feel like some of the leanness in the storytelling lends itself to the amount of exploration they give you to do, so that you never feel like you're totally locked down. You can just run off in a new direction and go see the sights real quick before you head on to the next point. So like there's a sort of a pro con to the way that they're pulling that off, but yeah.
The world feels like it's telling its own story. Toolman just said in chat, and I think that's a beautiful way to say it.
Absolutely.
From what I've heard about Yotei, there is I hear that's like even more pronounced a little bit with this is not going to spoil anything major, but I was like dipping into a couple of the reviews. I've been trying to avoid as much details as possible. I know you have too, Wiley, but one thing I did hear was like as like, for example, as you're getting your bounty raised and whatnot, it has impacts on the way the world reacts to you, and I'm very excited for that and to see how that comes to life. And I wonder how, if it'll be in a way that'll like, because for example, Red Dead Redemption 2 sort of promised a similar thing, where it's like you can get a bounty if you do crimes or whatever, and then you're kind of wanted. And I would always just try to pay that thing off as soon as possible. I didn't want the cops bothering me in any place that I went to. So it was a mechanic that was there, but it was an easy way to not have to worry about consequence. So I'm very curious how they pull that off in Yotei. I didn't hear how they pull that off. I just heard the world responds a little bit more, versus being kind of static to the character. In terms of what was most surprising about the experience, what would you say to that, to Wiley, in terms of like, what was something about your experience with Tsushima that I guess surprised you most or felt most unexpected for the kind of game that you knew it was going to be, or even the kind of game that it started in terms of that intro that hooked you in? I'm sure that sets expectations in your mind of like what the game is going to be like, what the story is going to be like. What surprised you most about it after having at least dipped your toes in it a little bit?
This is hard to answer without spoiling.
Okay.
It's like there's a couple of game mechanics I want to talk about. One is a spoiler that we'll talk about later. But one that I would say is a very light spoiler, not really a spoiler, is the standoff mechanic. Is that fair game?
Yeah.
So the standoff mechanic is something that I think everybody who likes samurai movies, that has played a samurai game, has been wishing for since the beginning of the of samurai games. Like, we wanted something that had that tactile feel of what they pull off with it, with the visuals, the slowdown, the angles, the strikes, everything. It really just feels like they really spent a lot of time polishing this game mechanic. And it was something, the first time I did it, I was like, I wasn't expecting this. Like, this is an absolute treat.
Yeah.
Like, I need to do this more. Like, yeah.
I'm not an expert on samurai games, but now that you mention it, I don't know if I've ever experienced anything like the standoff in pretty much anything other than maybe like Red Dead 2, weirdly enough, which is not a samurai game. And it's actually like player input in a way where you can like trigger the Deadeye thing. I don't really think I've experienced anything like the standoff in any game.
That is, for me, that was the number one gameplay mechanical thing where I was just like, yo, I need more of this. I need this right now. I didn't know it was going to feel this good. I didn't know it was going to work this way. Like, if I knew about it, which I don't think I did, it exceeded what I expected to get out of combat in general. And this is just like one little sliver of what you can do, right? This is like a very specific choice that you make, because obviously stealth, versus honor, these are sort of the two main choices. And a standoff is like a straight up head-on assault, right? I mean, you're literally calling them out to do a duel, even multiple guys at once. And so it's so awesome, man. And
it is like an RPG progression thing, right? In terms of, because at first you can only do one person in that you can like slice quickly.
Yep.
But then as you build up your character, you build and you stack people that you can take out.
So satisfying.
Yeah. I think for me, there's a couple things. So one is sort of like a byproduct of myself also just pushing myself in a lot of games. But difficulty. Like I started out on hard. I started on hard mode. Or I may have started like normal even. My very first playthrough, I may have done normal. But when you're in a game like this, with combat like this, I was like wanting to sort of like feel the weight of the moment. And, you know, I was just like, very quickly, I switched up to hard. And I was enjoying that. And then I was like, I want more. And then I bumped it to lethal, which a lot of games awesome. I wouldn't push to the highest difficulty. I'm not that kind of gamer, even though I do enjoy difficulty. You know, I'm not here doing no-hit runs in Sekiro, you know, like I'm not the kind of gamer. And not to say that it's like that, but then I started like adding on my own challenge, right? So there's a mechanic in the game where if your health runs out and it's like a mid-game sort of like ability, you can resurrect yourself, right? So you go down and you can like sort of, instead of just being permanently down and it's a game over in that moment, you can sort of like trigger something and you get a second wind and you get like a second opportunity to continue the fight. I refused to use that mechanic at a certain point. I just wanted to like really like, I had to do it right. I had to either live or die in that encounter. And I'm not someone who does, like I said, no-hit runs or does those types of challenges, but something about Ghost combat made me want to have that experience.
So you
really like role play a samurai.
The added stakes, right? It's like there's already so much at stake and you're adding to that with that level of difficulty. For anybody that doesn't know, lethal is exactly that. You take a hit, that's it. Like,
it's like there's like some, you know, you can take like one hit. Sometimes it's one hit. Sometimes it's like two hits that'll take you out. Sometimes I think you can even withstand three. But yeah, there will be times, for example, there's a great video about the lethal difficulty. If you just like search Ghost of Tsushima lethal difficulty essay or something on YouTube, you'll find it. And it's a really good overview of like that mode and what makes it so great. But it kind of relates to, there's another thing gameplay wise that I loved, which was, so I'm so used to this. I'm sure everyone here in this chat's probably used to it. You're so used to having a lock on in these action games where you like, you press R3 and you're suddenly locked onto your enemy. And as you rotate around them, they're always center screen. And so you're always sort of like understand your enemy's position relative to you. There is no lock on in Ghost of Tsushima. And at first I was like, oh, I'm so used to it, I really want it. Like, what the hell? That's a weird thing to not include. And I'm so glad there was no lock on, because there's no better feeling than, it really helps you roleplay and feel like a samurai, because you just have to sort of like learn how to be situationally aware in every encounter. You have to learn how to like listen out for potential arrows, or really keep peripheral vision on like, I'm engaging someone. If someone comes up behind me, I have to be able to respond. And I have so many, or had on my PS5 before I went to my PS5 Pro, but so many clips that I took of myself like engaging some enemy, some dude comes up from behind me and I hit the parry at the right moment, and my character turns around, perfect parries the guy who attacks from behind, continues to kill the person in front of him, and then just felt so badass.
Oh man, yeah, the fluidity just makes it looks gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, just the ability removed to lock on, right? It forces you to adapt to fighting multiple enemies, and they give you that a lot. I mean, if you run and you're fighting head on, you're gonna get attacked by however many guys are in that area. So yeah, you
It
could be
actually does,
fighting.
and when you ramp it to something like lethal, it makes you start to, because you're first to the point of the standoff, right? The game gives you the standoff mechanic, and you just want to be a badass samurai and walk into every camp and just go straight in the front door and just be like, I'm gonna take everyone down. And it reaches a certain point where that's just not smart. And so it reinforces the theme of the game in terms of Jin's transformation to a ghost, in which you're like, okay, I do need to sort of like approach this a little more strategically. I need to, at some point, I can go out into the middle and take on dudes after I've like cleared out the sides a little bit, you know, make it a little more manageable for myself. But yeah, because I do like that badass, you know, go into the middle of town, take dudes down. But there's a certain point where you just can't do that.
It gets hard,
realistically. So the one last thing before I ask you about some samurai cinema inspiration, and then we get into sort of the watch along. I also really liked there's a side quest thing, and we won't talk a lot about those here today, but they have this side quest system called Tales of Tsushima. And what it does is that for each of like your party members, basically, they are main story characters that you recruit within the main story. But they also have their own like side stories, and it's a complete arc. So every side character in the game has a complete arc. And it's chunked out just like the world is chunked out. So there'll be like a tale of Lady Masako, for example, and there'll be 3 quests for her in Act 1, then 3 quests for her in Act 2, and then a final 3 quests for her in Act 3. And so in each act of the main story, you're getting a little bit more of that character's full arc. And it's such a great way to learn those characters and their stories and their backgrounds. And we talked about it yesterday when we were preparing for the stream, but it is number 1 or high on my wish list of things to have in a part 3 of FF7, where we could spend quality time and have like a full arc on the side with Barrett, with Tifa, with Yuffie, with like everyone in the party. It's one of my favorite side quest systems in any game, because it does give you that quality time with each of your characters.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you there. I mean, the way that they handle Tales of Tsushima is, it's so good. It's like you said, it's a complete arc. So they're literally giving you everything you need to know piece by piece about this character, and it's in context of the main themes. So every single one of these characters, whatever their arc reveals, is either a mirror or reflection of what Jin is going to go through at different stages in his journey. And it kind of shows like some of the pitfalls. It gives you different angles on maybe why the opinions are what they are about honor versus subterfuge and that kind of thing, and why he's struggling with what he is. You get to see how it impacts different people all the way. So spoiler alert, not everybody makes it. There are character deaths, but we're not going to talk about that just yet. But yeah, it's so good.
Yeah,
we need this in part 3, honestly.
Yeah. So just being mindful of time, because I want to make sure we have time for everything we want to talk about today. I'm going to combine the last 2 questions that I had prepared for this part of the conversation. But so without getting into any spoilers, and I know you kind of touched on it, so you can sort of like even more light touch it or even skip past the first question. But without getting into spoilers, how would you describe the story and what made it resonate with you, maybe with like key themes or archetypes? And then also, what samurai films you think would be like the perfect complement for people to watch to sort of like enjoy Ghost of Tsushima even more?
All right. Okay, so ooh, key themes. So I mean, the heart of the story is a samurai facing an impossible choice, right? Protect his people by following a strict code of honor that he was raised in, or break the code, become something new, the ghost, right? In order to survive and protect people. So it's a war story, but it's also really personal, and it's about his identity, sacrifice. We've touched on this. So some of the key themes, right, are like tradition versus change, right? Honor versus survival, identity and sacrifice. You know, how much of yourself you're willing to lose to protect your people, and the tension between doing what's right, quote unquote, right, honor versus what actually works, like what you may have to do to survive. Character archetype. So Jean is sort of your reluctant hero, very, very common archetype. Shimura is his sort of father figure, right? And he's very much a traditionalist, and he represents the greatest struggle internally that Jean is going to go through. He literally is the embodiment of what Jean has to let go of. He is honor in the flesh. And then you have Yuna, who is a catalyst, just plain and simple, right? She's that like street smart rogue type character that pushes him into practicality and survival, right? Showing him that there's paths beyond this samurai code, and that they may have to take them. Ryuzo, right? You have the I don't know, I can't say what he is in full, but let's just call him an ally. But he's a mirror of what Jin could become in some ways, right? Survival at any cost, even if that's some spoilers. Yeah, and then of course you have the Khan.
We'll have plenty of time to talk about him.
Yeah. So he's super charismatic, but he's this big imposing figure. But he's all about psychological warfare, right? He's representing like this overwhelming, like unstoppable pressure, but it's through intelligence and it's through subterfuge and the things that Jean isn't really allowed to embrace, and so he sort of has an advantage there. So and then you wanted me to touch upon samurai films
any samurai films, just given you're the samurai film guy who was like showing me DVDs behind you the other day.
I got the Seven Samurai, and then here's the Sanjuro Yojimbo collection.
Nice.
But yeah, I've got a few.
There are a couple of like reference films that we have for Yotei.
Yes.
So I'm curious, like if there's something even more appropriate for Tsushima.
I would say, okay, so what do you want? Do you want the ultimate package? Do you want modern, gritty? Do you want a character study?
I would say like it probably just leads you to Seven Samurai. Like the film that people have to watch, these samurai, maybe one or two samurai films they have to watch that aren't a reference point for Yotei. I got you. That would be good.
Okay, I got you. I'll give you a bonus one too for people that like anime. Okay, so Seven Samurai, you said it. We're gonna talk about a couple others later, so that makes this easy. Seven Samurai is the ultimate primer. Like, it's not just about combat, it's about sacrifice, it's about leadership, it's about blurred lines between warrior ideals and the messy reality of protecting common people, right? So Ghost echoes a lot of these tensions directly. Samurai honor versus survival. And then 13 Assassins. Okay. So tonally, it's modern, it's gritty. If you want to watch something new, because Seven Samurai is black and white, 1954. 13 Assassins is 2010. Okay. So tonally,
I didn't even realize it was that recent. I haven't seen 13 Samurai. 13 Assassins. Sorry.
So 13 Assassins actually feels like a modern homage to Seven Samurai to me in a lot of ways. So this is another reason that I'll recommend this one. But it's about the cost of violence and the need to set aside honor for the greater good. So it's got some of the themes are different, or they're executed in a different way, while some of the plot points are similar or inspired by Seven Samurai. So watching this alongside of something like playing Ghost would reinforce like Jean's struggle just in terms of how honor ties people up in certain ways and how you may have to go outside of it to do what's right. So without spoiling either movie, Seven Samurai is the ultimate package.
That one's a more violent one, right? Because is that the
Very
Takashi
gritty.
Miike? Because they
Yeah.
mentioned that as like the inspiration for the Miike
We'll
mode.
talk about details on that later. Yeah. So,
Okay.
but I'll go ahead and throw that out up front. Definitely modern, gritty, violent for sure. And then the last one I'll say is Samurai Champloo. And you know why I'm saying that one too, because we're going to talk about that later. So this is an anime by the creators of Cowboy Bebop. So not a film, but fantastic tonal complement in its own way. So it's got more of a playfulness and a willingness to like remix samurai tropes into something fresh, which kind of mirrors how Ghost is taking tradition and spins it into like a modern, more of a modern lens on that, right? So I'll leave that where it is, but I would recommend Seven Samurai and 13 Assassins for sure.
Nice. Okay, so we will jump into the watch along, but keep me honest, because I would love to do the intro up until the title and then maybe take a break. But if you need a break for the bathroom or anything right now, let me know.
I'm good.
Okay, so we'll go straight into it. So let me just pull up our watch along app, or website rather. And then let me drop in this video. So what we're going to do, chat, is we're going to watch these scenes together. We are using a website that actually is super helpful because it lets you, I might need to redo it. It's like, no, I think I've had it too long, maybe.
Okay.
Send
me a fresh link. Yep, there it is. Perfect.
Oh no, it's the same link. Okay. All right, so let me just, I gotta set it up in the OBS for us and for chat. So we're gonna watch these together, everyone. This will be a lot of fun. So we're gonna get into actually watching some of the major cutscenes, talking about them, commenting on them, dissecting them. And if you want me to pause at any point during any of this, just let me know.
Will do.
So just pull it up. Oops. It's been such a long time since I played Ghost. Yeah, me too. Real gaming tracks. This is like a real trip down memory lane. I had forgotten so many details of the story until preparing for this stream.
Yeah.
Right. So that's
same, bro. It's been a minute. This has been a lot of fun just preparing for it. It's been fun, man.
Yeah. Let me just make sure I have this on my other screen so I can see the timestamps that we need. Oh, is it giving me this issue? If I try to jump ahead, it's going to jump back. Son of a... It did this earlier. All right, let me start a fresh room because that fixed it last time. So I was having a thing where if I try to jump ahead, it was it was like resetting the video, which I don't know why, but let's grab the link again. Copy link URL. Create a room. Okay. Grab this link. This is gonna be a fresh. There you go. Oh shoot. I grabbed the wrong link, I think. Sync tube. Share room. Okay. So, okay, there you are. I think you're getting in.
Yep.
All right. might have to give Tsushima another shot one day. I played the game a little on Game Pass, but never finished it. Is it on? Well, yeah, it wouldn't be Game Pass. Maybe it's like the PlayStation Plus thing. Let me see if jumping ahead still works. Oh, damn. All right, hopefully I can still move forward in the timeline, or else that'll throw us off a little bit. All right, so this is the opening scene. So we open in Tsushima, Japan. Yeah, monthly plus game, yeah.
The Mongol Empire is invading our home. They are brutal. Relentless.
Chat, let me know about volume.
Unstoppable.
It should be good.
We are 80 samurai against an army, fighting to slow the invasion. Today, I die for my people.
What
There must be thousands
opening
of them.
statement, right?
I know.
We will
Crazy.
face death and defend our home.
Full on Thermopylae vibes, man.
God, this shot right here. His opening word, tradition.
They are what make us. We are the warriors of Tsushima. We are samurai!
Man, thematic statement out of the gate.
Yeah.
Go break their spirits.
Oh,
Go break their spirits is such a great line. So yeah, so you're saying the theme stated outright, like the honor, tradition, that's what makes us really setting the table. And even just the act of these people willingly putting their lives on the line in this moment. This intro's pretty epic, yeah, stuff. The cinematography.
those wide shots are awesome.
Send your finest warrior to face me.
Nada, Jinnida.
I am Harunobu Adachi, descendant of the legendary Yoshinobu Adachi.
Says nothing.
Immediate subversion of the theme. So great. You have both halves
100%.
right there.
So to pause on that, so the immediate subversion, tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so you essentially have an honor-bound samurai going down and challenging their best man to a one-on-one duel. Not only do they not acknowledge him, they kill him in the most humiliating and degrading way possible, because Khotun, as I said, he's all about psychological warfare. He knows that if he does this, that's going to mess with the rest of them. So he's not going to give them the opportunity to prove out that this honor thing is going to work to their advantage. Your guy's not going to fight our guy. I don't care if he's better. You don't get the chance to win. I'm not playing your game. You're playing my game, and there are no rules to my game, or at least you don't know the rules to my game. Let me teach you. And then he sets the guy on fire like crazy.
Yeah. I mean, what I love about it is like such direct contrast, be like immediately off the bat between the culture of the people of Tsushima and Khotun Khan's people, the Mongols, just immediately with no words. And I think that is, you know, I talked earlier about how there is a almost, it's not minimalism, but there are a lot of times where scenes just kind of like move along. It's like, okay, thank you. We'll go to the next scene.
Economy. Yeah.
The economy of words at times can feel a little bit like it's lacking, but here is a moment of many, one of many, where that economy of words is, you don't need a lot of exposition. You don't need a lot of like conversation between characters. You get a little bit more of it later in this intro, where Khotun Khan sort of like speaks about his approach to all of this. But it's such a strong visual, right? Like tell, don't show, you know, or like show, don't tell.
Show, don't tell. Yeah.
Show, don't tell your story. Really comes to life here. And we'll keep going.
Savage.
Do you surrender? Cowards without honor deserve no mercy. No mercy!
Cowards without honor deserve no mercy.
Yeah.
So again, just stating that philosophy of Shimura,
Yep.
the no honor, which is kind of a common thing in a lot of like Japanese, you know, stories and tradition, but becomes so central to everything, as you'll see.
Oh yeah.
So you ride in, you cut some dudes down.
And chat, you have full control over the horse when you're going down that hill. Like you're playing the cinematic.
Yeah. I just skipped ahead a little bit. So yeah, so you go along.
Keep pushing, Lord Sakai, even if it costs us our lives.
It's very immersive, this whole portion.
Oh yeah.
Men, we must hunt down the Mongol leader. Everyone, with me. No Mongol dogs, hunt them down.
Into a bit more combat and confrontations. And then, sorry, I'm just trying to... Oh, sorry. I went too far. So they see... Oh. It's really not liking when I jump around.
I'm ready, Uncle.
So they're prepared to go. Tell, don't show the radio philosophy. Yeah, it's doing that. So they got knocked out. So again, they're still trying. They're still trying to push ahead and attack in the traditional way. And again, they get subverted with these explosions.
Uncle.
So great. Two
Lord of the
arrows
Rings moment.
in the back. I love that they're in the back.
That's a great point, yeah, because that becomes a talking point later in terms of like not attacking from the back. That's dishonorable, right?
Not one arrow. It's not an accident. They put another one in them. This guy. I love this guy as a villain.
Yeah. This scene is fantastic. Here's where you get some of the
I am Kota,
theme.
cousin of Kublai, grandson of Genghis.
There's his pedigree to mirror
Yeah.
the samurai from earlier.
And it sort of comes up later when we get into the spoiler section, so I'll hold a little bit, but there's maybe a little bit more commonality between Shimura and Kotsun Khan than you might, or he might even realize.
Brother, you are a warrior. I can see that. You trained your whole life for this. And you have won battles that lesser men have called unwinnable, yes? But while you were sharpening your sword, do you know how I prepared for today? I learned. I know your language, your traditions, your beliefs, which villages to tame and which to burn. So I'll ask you once again, Samurai. Do you surrender?
says nothing, but everything.
Absolutely.
So before I let this play, I just want to pause on that real quick because it is such good writing, and just in terms of like how this character walks in to the scene and basically validates everything about Lord Shimura. Like he tells him, hey, I know you're an incredible warrior. In fact, you've faced battles just like this, battles that seem unwinnable, and you have won them. You are amazing at what you do. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because I do not respect, or maybe even I respect, but I don't care about
it's irrelevant.
your code. Because rather than trying to be a better warrior than you, I learn your language. I understand everything about you and your traditions. You're going to lose because I'm going to exploit everything you hold value in.
Savage, bro.
Yeah.
And he does that after kneeling eye level and calls him brother and then delivers all that. It's like, yo, what?
Oh God, great villain. What an intro to a villain, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sheesh. And then they do my one cinema sin. I hate when it seems like obvious that the character should. It's not even they tell you in like 3 minutes that he doesn't die there.
Yeah.
But it's like it should. It seems obvious that he should die there, and then doesn't. But I'll let him go for that.
I could get the wind here. And all the leaves around this is.
Yeah, especially given the symbolism of the wind, as we'll see at the end of this intro sequence. So this is where it reminded me of Sekiro, for anyone who's played that. That game opens with a character, much like Jin, the main character, just waking up injured after some kind of conflict, and then has to find all of his stuff. So this jumps to, so from here, I'm going to jump ahead. Hopefully it doesn't get mad at me.
Back inside. Now.
So the introduction of Yuna.
How are your wounds? Can you run?
I think so. Where's my sword?
Not here.
So he's searching for his stuff. The stranger comes in.
Please, hide. Oh, don't hurt me!
Shield Lumini! Rise!
Also, welcome in to Final Fan TV, who's here in chat. What is going on?
What's up, Dan? Warrior of
What's
Hype.
going on, brother? Hope you have an excellent stream. Thank you so much. Thank you for lending me Excalibro to chat about this. Talk about strong character introductions all throughout this opening sequence.
I was gonna say the first thing she tells him are run and hide, right?
Who are you?
I'm Yuna.
And then this. So much characterization, so quick.
You want your sword?
Even her like face, right? Like her expression here. She's just like locked. Now she's like, all right, we're in business, right? Like you can read it on her face here.
Yeah.
Attention to detail, just incredible.
Follow me.
How long was I out?
Long enough for the Mongols to come.
So they connect, and you know he gets his gear back, and then they make their way through this camp as they try to find Lord Shimura, and it leads to
Down to health to watch you throw your
Let's see.
life away.
Why did you save me?
I couldn't leave you to die. I need your help.
Lord Shimura can help our whole island. And he's the only family I have left. Let's move.
oh, it didn't go far enough. Shoot.
search the house. It will answer for
Sorry,
this.
this is where I wanted to go.
It must be here.
So you're still looking for your equipment as Jin. And in searching this house, you come upon your sword. And it does something that they have promoted will happen in Yotei. It just transports you to the past.
Yes.
Nephew to the great Lord Shimura. And I am no coward!
Once again, immediately, I am no coward.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up, right? So,
Man.
and you see the meaning behind that coward bit a little bit later, like why it matters to him so much. But yes, it's like he has internalized something about cowardice, and he's trying to be the opposite of that. And that's what this whole scene orients around. And his character as a whole, in some ways.
Your enemy is no match for you. But you still lack control.
I was practicing.
With your father's weapon, the sword of Clan Sakai has saved lives and ended wars. Who did this to you?
No one.
I will teach you to defend yourself.
I know how to fight.
He's so defensive.
To master your blade,
Yeah.
you must first control your emotions.
I can do that.
Now that concept of controlling your emotions comes back way later. We'll talk about that when we get to it, but so this sequence is very much training, where he's teaching him sort of the ways of the samurai. I will jump ahead a bit.
Try to strike.
It wasn't a
What
fair
I want to
fight.
say real quick is, so just look at the framing, look at the scene, this whole thing. What makes this game so good, so replayable, what makes you platinum a game like this is that this happens when you're running around in control. It doesn't just happen during cutscenes. This is like standard fare for the whole 60 or 100 hours or however long you spend, running around Tsushima. This is what you get. And it's really it's kind of the gold standard in visual artistry, in my opinion. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Finish what he started, and he'll use every dirty trick he knows.
So that's what, for whatever reason, it's not giving me the precision that I want when I jump around, or like it resets me. But here he's talking about your enemy, right? Will use every dirty trick possible. And that becomes such a topic of the game in terms of what is the right way of approaching encounters and what is the dirty trick way.
How will you defend yourself?
He's big, but I'm quicker. I'll stay out of his reach.
And then you continue the training up until the end of this training segment, which is around here.
Before we eat, I have one.
It
last
totally is,
question.
Tillman.
For generations, our families have lived by a code. Tell me the virtues that guide us.
Setting something about the identity of the family.
Control over our emotions. And
You know this.
honor. To fight bravely and uphold the legacy of Clan Sakai.
This is where it gets interesting.
Those are your father's words. What does honor mean to you?
And I want to pause there,
Man.
because I want to unleash the Excalibro, because we were talking about this yesterday. Obviously, we're not going to get into any spoilers yet, because I don't think we're there quite yet. But we were talking about this earlier. I sent this screenshot to you because we were talking about this very point about like what is the macro theme of Ghost of Tsushima And in my big FF7 Rebirth video, I talked about something called the central dramatic argument. And I think there's something similar here, right? In terms of how do you define honor? What does honor mean to you? He actually says, hey, the definition you gave me are technically your father's words. How do you define it? So with that, what are your thoughts on that without giving too much away?
Oh, that's hard to speak on. So without giving anything away, well, let's just say that Gene's idea of honor is very noble, especially compared to the sort of strict, straight-laced, very black and white view of honor that his uncle has. And we'll get into exactly what that means as we go forward, but let's just say that Jin's view of it is very, very noble. And so what you're willing to do for honor that you believe is noble is different. Not even just how far you'll go, because how far you'll go has direction or orientation to it. And both of these characters, based on how they view honor and their orientations, go in different directions to extremes with their honor. And we're going to see how that plays out. So I don't know if I did that spoiler free.
Yeah, no, you did well. I mean, the thing I would add to that is, like, even having experienced the game, I think what stood out to me in revisiting it is that it seems that the game, or at least the characters, have a very specific definition of what honor is, or Tsushima as like an entity has like a long held definition of what that is. Yeah. And the game very much, Jin, I think, goes through a process of like questioning whether definitions are so universal, or is it better if they're a bit more personal? And how he defines honor, what does honor mean to you, Jin Sakai, I think really becomes an orienting question for the entire story.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to touch on what you said about the people. So Jin's view of honor includes and encapsulates the people, as that's what Tsushima is the people. Mm-hmm. Whereas Shimura's view of honor is that who the people are represented by certain figures, like say the shogun or himself, for example. And so we are the people, not the people. And so what we do matters more than them in a way, because we are the best of them. We are the embodiment of them. And so you have this,
and he often says we're setting the example for them. Right.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
There's another scene later that we'll talk about that, like, that aspect of Shimura's character. Yeah. I really want to talk about more, but we'll do that in the full spoiler area. Cool. We're almost at the end of this introduction.
Protecting people.
The
ones who can't fight for themselves.
You have a good heart. But first, we must show everyone that we serve our Lord with courage, integrity, and self-control.
You say that like it's easy.
It's never easy, Jin. I struggle with it every day. But we must set an example for our people by remaining true to our code.
Set an example.
And to ourselves.
Yep.
That is the meaning of honor.
And so I love that his answer is protecting people, because we really see that come to life in the story. So basically, then Jin and Yuna go to track down Lord Shimura, who they find at Castle Canada, which is Canada, I guess, but I think it's pronounced still Canada. And he goes up to, in a very samurai way, does the standoff. So here's an example of the standoff, chat, that we were talking about earlier, where you have to let go of the button at the right time in the middle of the enemy attack to slice them that way. And then he takes on, the people who are defending the gate. And eventually, in about 5 seconds, it continues with the story. A great delivery on that.
Yeah.
I am Jin Sakai, nephew of Lord Shimura. I have come to avenge his honor. Jin, your uncle has told me much about you, Jin Sakai. I will show him his nephew, broken and humiliated, begging to join the Mongol Empire. Jin.
That's the psychological warfare you're talking about, right? He likes to break people.
This is your time, Lord Sakai.
I think he said earlier, right, of like breaking their spirit.
Yep.
Actually, it was said from Lord Shimura to Lord Adachi, go break their spirit.
Break the spirits. You pulled the Uno reverse.
So you fight the main antagonist of the game very early. And I don't know about you, but I was very much trying to win this.
Oh yeah. It motivates you to try.
Yeah. But you don't stand much of a chance.
Enough. Surrender. Show your uncle how easily he can bring peace to your home. Save yourself.
Oof. That's the beginning right there. That's a bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
What's crazy is he only caught him because he didn't expect him to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like he would never.
I failed.
It's too
And
honorable.
shows a trait of Jin that he doesn't expect, right? To your point.
Yep.
And then it leads to this scene. The timing of all these scenes are great.
Yeah.
So here you see like a core memory of Jin, which is this is him witnessing his father's death.
Yep.
And so we're back in the past. We're going back to the roots of this character right after a great failure where he tried to be courageous and it failed. We're seeing a moment where he wasn't courageous.
It's time.
I'm coming, Yuriko.
The whole island has come to mourn your
And it
father.
seemingly cost
Send
his
them away.
You must face them.
father's life.
You
So this
are now the
scene
master
continues
of
on
Sakai.
as you climb with your caretaker up these like steps, and you're like passing all of the major characters in your father's life, which just in terms of like the impact through gameplay
Will help you.
is really well done in terms of like game design. You're stepping past all of these people who clearly mean a lot to
A true samurai.
your father. Clearly they care about you as a person, but even if you're feeling anything like Jin, you're internalizing the shame that he's feeling, the guilt, as he's like cost all of these people his father's life, and he has to walk past them. At least that's what I felt when I was going up those stairs.
Oh yeah.
What if you could win the fight and the game ends right there?
Save him. I was a coward.
Jin, you are samurai.
He says I was a coward.
He died because of me.
So going back to that training scene, I am not a coward.
Fell in battle saving
Little
his
context.
son.
Yeah. Just add some depth.
His reward is a warrior's death.
And you immediately get Shimura's view.
Carry on his legacy.
But that's fine. That's okay.
Your father's spirit resides within this blade. He is always with you.
And that note of he is always with you. The structure of this entire introduction is so good. Because you'll see how that plays out in just a second.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
you will come to my fortress as my ward. Today, say goodbye to your father.
Real Gaming Track says, I respect that they decided not to slap text on the screen telling you it's a flashback. Too many movies do that. The writers know the audience isn't dumb. And yeah, it's a great point. It's a very minimalist game in so many ways, including an introduction of a mechanic that is by definition very minimalist, and kind of happens here, if I remember correctly. So he remembers his father.
How do I save?
He asked a question of his father.
This is so
and this
good, man.
wind starts blowing. And remember, he was just told your father will always be with you.
Yeah. And the wind was encircling his father's sword in the intro when he was fallen right before he gets his resolve. Yeah. Good stuff.
And so you reunite with Yuna here. I'm just checking my notes.
What happened?
I found Lord Shimura. I could have saved him, but the Khan was there.
So for the sake of time, she enlists you to sort of like help her find her brother. And she's in the same situation as you, right? Like you're looking to help save your uncle, and she's looking to help save her brother. So she asks you for that help. And then at the end of the sequence in this reunion, they decide to go in their opposite directions for the time being, so she can go find someone that she needs and you go find someone that you need. And it leads to this scene, which will bring us to the end of our spoiler-free introduction of Ghost of Tsushima. If it pastes inside, but it didn't. I looked up a different version of this scene because what's here. All right, never mind. We'll just stick within this one. Just the person didn't do the ride quite the way that I liked. But it leads to this. So you're riding off alone. Music is building up. I'll bring the music up more.
The game just feels so alive.
The music is swelling as you ride. You're doing that. The title comes up. I don't like that he stopped, whoever's playing. Just so immersive. Just keep riding.
Keep going.
Rescue. Act 1, Rescue of Lord Shimura. So that is where we'll take a quick break. So I also need to run to the bathroom. And when we come back, we will be in spoiler territory. You'll see there is now a spoiler tag on the screen. So it's going to be hands off spoilers or handcuffs off. And we're going to go through a bunch of different scenes. Hopefully it won't take too long. But we're going to watch some key scenes, analyze them, analyze the characters. And like I said, it'll be handcuffs off. We'll talk about future moments even before we reach them. But I think the point is to sort of like watch along and comment along the way. So we won't do too much of that. But with that in mind, quick break. Let's say like a minute and a half, 2 minutes-ish.
Sounds good.
For a quick bathroom break. Or grab snacks, whatever y'all want to do. And we'll be right back. Future memories. Looks like you're back, but a little pixelated. Okay, it's coming in now. All right. Okay, so we're getting back into it. I don't know if that was exactly a minute and a half, so hopefully no one's still out, but let's jump back in. So from here, I'm going to jump to 41:38 in this video.
Well,
that's close enough.
Under construction.
Could be a way in.
This is one of the first infiltrations that you
Look for a
do with
gap in the
Yuna.
front wall. Slip inside.
And cut down the Mongols where they stand.
If something goes wrong, they'll kill the prisoners. I've seen them do it. We have to go in quietly.
Like thieves.
What's wrong with that?
Before the samurai, this island was ruled by criminals. We changed that by creating order and delivering justice in the open.
So you're learning about
We live by a code of honor.
Yeah.
And
why this
sometimes
matters.
We die by it.
He's concerned it'll revert to what it was.
Warriors like my father, we just wanted to give us a safer home.
I want the same thing. But we have to fight back.
I promised my uncle I'd never break our code.
Then bend it. To save my family. And what's left of yours.
And
I do love them revisiting this.
See what we're up against.
That
Wait
extra bit
until
that
it
I
gets dark.
forgot about completely. That whole bit of like
Let's move.
this, our area, our land used to be very
Taka.
different. Tsushima used to be very different. And
Before the invasion.
But he
like-
took care of him.
this whole code thing, this whole samurai thing, all this tradition,
Or starve.
isn't just
Then that
like
choice.
I didn't choose to be a
something that
samurai.
we value. It's very
Going against my
specifically like
instincts.
matters to how we've like,
Better than getting
at least in the
wiped
view
out
of
by
him
Mongols.
and his family,
Back. Any way
have
we
like
can.
fixed
Through
things.
here.
yeah, directly connected to progress.
Yeah. it is a code that has helped
If
them,
they see us, they'll kill the prisoners.
and so you understand why it's so valued.
And open their throats.
Even the music, right? Like, mechanics of Horizon Zero Dawn feel, yeah, but I feel like Horizon Zero Dawn really popularized the hiding in the tall grass sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
And so right here, this first assassination. And it's not smooth.
No. Fully de-glamorized. It is messy.
Yeah. And then what happens? Go back into another memory.
The bear's running with a limp. Your arrow wounded him.
This is when a beast is most dangerous. Remain alert.
Yes,
So you
Uncle.
go back to this flashback with your uncle, where
Think the
you're
bears
hunting.
lived here.
They don't. But the fighting in
And
Yarikawa
I was gonna
grows
skip
on
forward, but
So it's the rebels.
it actually comes pretty
We
quickly.
should feed them to this bear as punishment.
We are not barbarians, Jin.
Shimura again being like, we're not barbarians. And then at the end of the path,
Yes, Uncle. If it's still alive, can I take the shot?
Prove you can control your emotions. Then, perhaps.
We got him.
Careful. He could still be alive. This arrow should not have killed him.
Look, Uncle. There's a gash in his side. Not from an arrow.
An assassin! From Yarikawa!
Traitor! You would stab the Chido in the back!
Osakai! Control yourself. We are not criminals, like this man here.
so from his formative years,
Tried to kill you.
he's instilling this contrast.
He must answer for this crime with his life.
And look him in the eye. And teach him that samurai never acts out of anger or fear. And take his life with honor. When we fight, we face our enemy head on. And when we take their life, we look them in the eye with courage and respect. This is what makes us samurai. Only cowards strike from the shadows.
So that's
Man.
an important line.
The
Right.
whole thing is just like a core memory, and it starts with somebody blindsiding his uncle, wounding him,
Mhm.
right? So that's a big part of this. It's like in his mind, he's doing what this assassin did to his uncle. And then on the flip, you have his uncle essentially sermonizing him about why that's not what we do, right?
Yes.
So, man,
And
what a
yeah,
memory.
and it's really speaking to, and what's really clever about it in a way is like Shimura's pointing at, only cowards strike from the shadows, and it has
Yeah.
been well established that that is part of the psychology of Jin. Like, I'm not a coward.
Yeah.
I was a coward when my father died. Like, he is telling him, hey, this thing that you're afraid of being, that behavior
That's
is
what it is.
indicative of a coward.
Yeah. He's giving him the definition. That's rough.
And then it transitions. So we got to this memory coming from Jin stabbing someone from the back,
Right.
and then it resolves back into Jin after that moment, thinking about what he just did.
Jin, what's wrong?
Let's find your brother.
So there's a moment, right? There's a beat where he's like clearly processing what he just did, not just because he's thinking about the memory, but also because he's probably disturbed by it, right? He's unsure of, was it good that I just did that?
Oh yeah. Yeah. But the fact that he continues immediately, it's like it's sunken that he knows he doesn't really have a choice.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like yeah.
So then after this, so a recap of what we're going to jump to. So we're going to jump ahead in the video, but a recap of what we're going to jump past. So at this point of the story, Yuna asks for help to save her blacksmith's brother. Her brother is a blacksmith. And in exchange, she said that her blacksmith brother will craft a tool that will help Jin in his sort of like mission to save his uncle. And like after that, they sort of like move in different directions one more time. Eventually, they do save her brother after like several missions leading up to it, where you're looking for help from other people. So you're trying to find people in the world who you have like some history with, and you're recruiting them to both in your efforts to sort of like help find her brother, but also with the statement of like, hey, I'm also going to try to save my uncle. Can you help me with that later? So you go on and you try to recruit some people in this big effort. And we'll focus on two of those recruits. One is Lady Masako and the other is Ryuzo. And so we'll jump to the first one with Masako in a second. That'll be the first scene that we check out over at 1:20:54. If I can get to it. 46 is close.
A while.
Okay. So at this point, you've already met Lady Masako and you're with her.
Payment for slaughtering children.
Helping
Is that
her
what
with
their
something.
lives were worth? Names. And a symbol. Masako might know them.
Oh, I jumped ahead too far. Darn it.
Is that a spoilers list of the Yotei 6 right there on that sheet?
Oh, yeah, right.
You destroyed Clan Adachi.
I was only a messenger.
For who?
Knowledge does not end suffering.
You know nothing of suffering.
Masako.
I buried my family, one by one. It took days. But I'm going to leave you for the wolves.
We need him alive to tell us who he serves.
Our world has changed. Men of vision.
I think that line, right? Like, our world has changed.
Yep.
Men of vision must rise to face it. So he's defending his actions that led to her family's death through this mindset that Jin sort of slowly throughout the course of the game starts to adopt, right? Like at one point toward the end of the game, Jin actually says, our world has changed. So he's very similar to this guy, even though Jin is more of a heroic character. I think it shows one of the things that I love about this game, and that it is a pretty straightforward story in a lot of ways. Like you can kind of predict for the most part where all this goes. But it does, it's not so black and white, right? Because this guy who has this point of view that the world has changed, we have to change with it in a way, is exactly what you as Jin sort of adopt.
Right.
But there's shades of it, right? There's ways that it could be good. There's ways that it could be not good, like in this guy's case.
Absolutely.
Jin must rise to face it.
And what I find interesting, though,
must be removed.
They were children!
So he takes it to an extreme, right? So it led to the death of her kids. And then she just loses it, understandably, as like a human being, right? But does also reflect losing control of emotions, right? As a samurai, she's, I believe, a samurai. But like that has been instilled every time Jin started to feel emotions, his uncle would be like, hey, control your emotions.
Right.
And we're seeing what happens when someone loses control a little bit.
Right. Yeah, big difference between the way that she executed this guy and young Gene executed the assassin, right?
Yeah.
Like looked him head on, he knew it was coming, did it in one stroke, and she just cut the conversation off and chop, like went nuts. You know, so there's quite a bit of contrast there, even when the outcome is the same, right?
Yeah.
So it's a different mindset.
Yeah. So it does support Shimura's point to some extent, even though you very much identify with her. You
looks like more bodies up ahead.
Feel something for her plight. So we're gonna jump ahead to meeting Ryuzo, which is a very important character throughout the game, and we'll see a lot of. So here we're looking for people called Straw Hats, and hence the Straw Hat.
Jin Sakai.
Ryuzo, you look like a scarecrow.
You've looked better too.
So you immediately get a sense of that these guys know each other, they're friends.
You're a mercenary now.
Professional warrior.
Maybe you can help me. I'm looking for your leader.
He died on Komoda Beach.
You were there too.
I lost a lot of friends.
We all did. And we can avenge them if we work together. Help me save Lord Shimura.
He's alive.
His expression, man.
Straw Hats are hurt. Starving. I can't ask them to risk their lives for one man.
So what do you read into that? What do you read into that look?
Oh, he's bitter. He just said, I lost a lot of friends on that beach, and who sent them down there? He doesn't want to hear anything about going against Shimura. He's like, bro, you don't understand. I already lost a bunch of friends. The friends I got left are starving. Why are we all going to go save one guy? One guy that lost me half my friends to begin with. Like he's using a lot of restraint, but also like you can read him pretty easily.
Yeah, it sort of gets a little bit of. I'll wait before I jump into that. I know I could, but I think it's even better if I mention what I was going to mention a little bit later.
Cool.
A great point.
Even if you can name your price. Once we free our home, Lord Shimura will pay you anything you want.
My men might be interested.
Your men?
I look out for them. Someone has to.
Pause real quick. So the implication there is that he's not interested. My men might be interested. You know, it's like there's extra emphasis on that. So he is wounded. He is deeply wounded by everything that's happened here. Look at man's eyes.
In this line of dialogue, right? Like someone has to. Because Jin asks, he's like, your men. And he's, my men. Yeah. And it's like somebody has to look after these guys. And as you sort of like learn more about the Straw Hats and sort of the class division in a way between Jin and Ryuzo, they may be friendly, but they're not seen equally in society. And they may have a history. Like I said, they may have been friendly, but there is an element of like separation between them because Jin belongs to Clan Sakai, this very important family, whereas he is this, what is the exact word? Because I know there's Straw Hats, but there's another word for the kind of, it's not samurai exactly.
Ronin?
The Ronin, yeah, he's Ronin.
Yeah.
So he's not quite at the same level in society, and he understands that, I'm not being looked after. My boys aren't being looked after either. And so I'm going to take on this responsibility that people like Lord Shimura don't necessarily take care of.
Man.
And would put to slaughter, not directly, but would risk their lives, right?
And what's wild is that's exactly how Jin feels and why he's doing what he's doing, right? So it's just, how far will you go? What's your motivation? Where's your line? You know? So yeah, it's such a great character study.
Yeah. So to skip ahead a little bit, so you meet him again. Jin is making him an offer, right? Like, it's like, what can I do to sort of like get you on my side? And he eventually agrees. You know, you go back to the camp with the other Straw Hats, the Ronin, and you sort of like get a little more detail on their problem, which is they're starving, they don't have resources or food, and so Jin says, "I will help you get food." And you know of a like Mongol outpost that supposedly stole food from the Straw Hats, and so Jin proposes, "Okay, I will help you go get that food back, and we'll sort of like make this right. Your people will be fed, and then we can work together." Right? So that's the deal that he sort of like makes. And so they go on this mission together to get that food back, and this is how it ends. Ryuzo has fallen. So it's not going well.
What a spoiler.
I would have had that Mongol if you hadn't shown up.
I know.
Did you see how big he was? That's where all our food went.
A little bit of humor there.
Yeah, there's still like friendship going on. I love it.
They're burning our food.
Ryuzo, we have to go. Can you swim?
Jump!
Let's get out of sight. They're still hunting us.
There's a good hiding spot ahead. I promised my men I'd feed them, and I'm going back empty-handed.
We'll find another way.
But how many will I lose before then?
I found something.
It's almost like these promises, right, of Jin are like, every moment Jin is like, we'll make it right. We'll get, but every second matters to Ryuzo, right?
Yep. Oh yeah. The implication is that people are actively dying right now.
Yeah.
Thing that might help. Mongol battle plans.
Do they show supply lines?
One page has a map. It's a start.
Hand it over.
We do this together.
You've got your own problems, and I am the leader. I need this, Jin.
And I'll need you at Castle Canada.
You'll have me.
Don't let them see you coming.
Just like you.
So I think this exchange is really important and telling, right? In terms of like, you have your own problems. I need this. Like, I need to take care of my guys, right? Like this traditional sort of like hierarchy that you're trying to place on me of like, we do this together, everything's got to run by you. That's not going to work here. And it shows the true desperation of Ryuzo versus the sort of like comfortable and sort of privileged position of Jin Sakai, right? In some ways, like, if it takes him 3 days or 3 weeks, the status of his uncle is probably going to be the same no matter what. He's a hostage. And it just shows, again, even within the midst of this Mongol invasion, there are still privileges that he is experiencing in some ways.
Yeah.
So the other thing that made me think of was like, this is an example as well of Ryuzo following Jin on one of his plans. It's sort of like failing. And so later toward the end of the first act, there's like a shift in Ryuzo and how he, I don't know why I'm dancing around it, but because we're technically in spoiler mode, but the sort of like betrayal that does happen, it's sort of, if I'm going to continue to go along with you, it's not always a guarantee it's going to work out, right? I think that's very telling to, at least for me, upon rewatching it especially. I'm like, I feel even more sympathy in these scenes, even knowing where his character goes and knowing that his character technically betrays Jin. I'm actually like feeling for him as I'm watching all of these scenes. I'm really internalizing and feeling what he's feeling.
It's very clear that he doesn't see Jin as somebody who has his best interest and his people's best interest at heart, right? He's like, I'm the only one who really understands this. You're not getting it. You won't even listen. Like, you're going to have to give me the map because I got to do this my way. And it comes to the point where he's like, my way is whatever my way is. And we know where that goes, right? So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. So jumping ahead to, there's a cool moment here. We're in gameplay. You do another assassination.
Stay close, Yuna. I'll find a way through.
The level design is so good.
It really is, yeah.
You just have so many opportunities.
Damn, he ate shit on that drop.
He did.
But I love climbing the rooftops. And then these like aerial assassinations are sick.
Oh yeah.
But here you are, you're hours into the game at this point, and you do another assassination.
In the eye. Courage.
And it comes back again.
Strike from the shadows.
Forgive me, Uncle.
It's not the first time you've done this, right?
No.
Or even the second time, but they gave it another beat. Real Gaming Tracks, I'm still here, just busy at work, all good. We're all just vibing. I figure a lot of people are just watching, not really chatting too much, but anybody in chat, if there's like thoughts on this as it's coming up as you're watching, feel free to throw those out too, and we'll definitely talk about them. We're definitely keeping an eye on chat. But I just thought that little moment I thought was interesting. I was like, as I was watching all this footage.
Yeah, I mean, it really establishes that he's still processing this. Like he's not just over it. Like this is something continually bothering him.
Yeah. So we get to this scene later.
Thank you.
So in this moment, you're helping Yuna and Taka. So you've already saved, you already saved Taka. You saved Yuna's brother. The tactics tips are saving me right now. So the, what was I saying? So you save Taka, Yuna's brother, and you're also helping with clearing out this forge so that he can work on the tools like weaponry and other things, and the tool that was promised to you to help you save your uncle, which is essentially a grapple hook. And so you're trying to clear out this forge so that he can do his work because he's a blacksmith, and you just cleared out this camp. And there's a small moment that I found as I was like reviewing this I thought was fascinating.
Yukio sent me.
He's alive.
Follow me. Taka needs your husband.
Mutsu, my love.
Yukio, I thought I loved
Listen to what she says
Are you hurt?
in a second.
That man fought like an animal or a demon.
That man fought like an animal or a demon. And then watch. It gives you a potential response. And one of them is silence, which is what this player chose. And the other is, I'm no demon. But again, small moments of like reinforcing the, I guess, moral or ethical dilemma that Jin is undergoing all throughout this game, where he's like, am I still staying true to who I am, or am I becoming something else?
Yeah.
And this
Keep quiet.
sort of beat comes back around a couple of minutes later as you finish clearing this camp. So you and Yuna took out these enemies, stab this one. You see the reaction. Yuna's all good with it, as is Jin. Or then he sees this reaction. I've never seen a samurai fight like that. So all throughout these moments of like him sort of dealing with this, even doing regular assassinations in combat and then having flashbacks to it, now it's just stated to his face, right? From somebody that he just saved.
Yeah, that's wild. Like, they're doing a really good job of making sure to remind the audience that this is a big deal, which personally, this is super important because the Western audience really doesn't understand the depth that this honor and all this kind of stuff would mean to an audience that's receiving this in Japan and came through all this. And so it's like these little moments have to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have to be. You could do it with way more subtlety if you were just, you know, like, so if you watch some of the older samurai movies, you will see more subtlety and that kind of thing. But like, and this still is subtle. It's not heavy handed, but you need it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just repeats it to make sure that you're clocking that this does matter to your point, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, because like there are probably other, I don't know, right? Let's just say I won't invoke cops because I think there's like enough like questionable cop behavior. But
sure,
if it were like a doctor, right, who like suddenly acted in a way that was like out of norm for how you see doctors acting,
right,
it would be a similar type of thing, right? Like you see that profession as embodying a certain way of going about things.
Yeah, it'd be like if you broke the Hippocratic Oath or something like that as a doctor. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Easy Mid in chat saying, like you said, Jin's personal honor is eroded throughout the story for the sake of his people's survival. It eats at you as a player too.
Yeah.
So I've never seen so this continues though. This scene, this is not the end of it. So Jin has a reaction to that. God, even I want to go back to that reaction because I kind of talked over it. But look at Jin's face when he hears it and when he responds that it was nothing.
I've never seen a samurai fight like that. It was nothing.
Yeah.
You are more than a samurai. He is a vengeful spirit, back from the grave to slaughter the Mongols.
Where do we hide now? You don't. Fire up a forge and get back to making strong Komatsu weapons. That's how we fight back. That's how we'll save Lord Shimura.
Watch this.
Vengeful spirit?
I think they liked it.
So, right, it's like he's being redefined not only by, you know, him saying, you know, he's not only facing it himself, but literally his ally is starting to create new legends and redefine his identity with him standing right there. His identity being challenged, right?
Exactly. So she called him a vengeful spirit. And that's what an onryo is. And that's the term that
Yotei.
they used. Exactly. Yep.
And so in Ghost of Yotei, they're starting to play with that idea even more explicitly, right? The vengeful spirit. That really is the starting point of her story.
Yes.
So that actually brings up an interesting thing. I know we're not technically in the Yotei conversation yet, but there is something that I was thinking about this all throughout, even my videos that I was making about Yotei and speculating that Tsushima starts out, right, where you're this honorable person who becomes in some ways dishonorable. You become this ghost, you become this sort of like vengeful spirit, is essentially the end point of this story. And I feel like Yotei is going to operate in the inverse.
Yeah, I think so too. Mm-hmm.
Where you start as a vengeful spirit and then you come around to, I think, protecting others and being less selfish in your journey.
Absolutely. I think the character is going to be more restored because of where they start, as opposed to the journey that Gene takes, which is more of a transformation. So
Yeah, and that's
it'll be
similar
interesting.
to, that's actually a good interstitial point to talk about Yojimbo for
Okay.
Ghost of Yotei, right? Because there's a little bit of a similar arc that happens with Yojimbo's character. If you want to touch on that super quick.
Sure. So, okay. So in Yojimbo, the main character, he doesn't actually give his name. He's sort of the original no name hero. And he operates already right out of the gate in a very similar style to what Jin or perhaps Atsu is using at the beginning of Yotei, where he's sort of this roguish trickster, sort of relying on his wit as much as his sword type character. And initially, he's completely selfishly motivated. He shows up in a town and he sees an opportunity to make money and that kind of thing. And as the story
He's
continues,
like a mercenary. It's very monetary, money driven.
yes,
right?
He's playing two gangs against each other. It's 100% monetarily driven. I mean, he has no direction. When the film starts, he comes to a crossroads. He grabs a stick, throws it in the air, and the direction that it lands, he orients over it and then goes that way across the crossroad. Right? He's totally aimless. And so through the course of interacting with this town and killing all these villains, he's literally getting these gangsters to pay him to be their bodyguard and do different things against each other. And he's clever enough to pull it off without consequence for quite a long time. It will catch up to him. But in the town, there are people suffering. And ultimately, he only gets caught because somebody shows him gratitude and reveals what he did. And it wouldn't be for that. If it weren't for that, he never would even have gotten caught. Every one of his moves is a chess move. And he gets a thank you letter from this family that he saved. And one of the gangsters basically sees it and they understand what he did. He'd orchestrated this whole situation to make it look like the opposing faction had laid waste to all these men and let this family free, when in reality, bro walked in, did it himself, made it look like a massacre that required 15 people, and then told them shoo. And their sense of obligation to him for giving them their lives is literally what put him at a disadvantage. So then he has to fight his way out of that. But you see him go from this character who's like, oh, I hate people like that. He's, I don't like weak people and stuff like that, to literally he acts completely counter to what he's saying. Like, so it's not what he's saying, it's what he's doing that's proving out who he is. And so, yeah, I could see Atsu taking a path like that, where she starts as very self-serving. She's just out for revenge. She doesn't have much, but she starts to meet people that matter. And because they matter, it changes her path. So, yeah.
I'm definitely thinking that that's kind of going to be part of sort of her arc for sure.
Yeah.
That leads to this moment, right, of like, speaking of like myth building and legend building. So we just had that moment where she spreads that thing of he's a vengeful spirit, and then this happens shortly after that.
The Mongols come back. He'll find them where they sleep and protect you.
Even in like NPC dialogue.
More of your stories?
Just telling them what they want to hear. Some of them are calling you the ghost.
After you put the idea in their heads.
These people stay because they believe in you.
They should believe in the samurai.
To them, you're both.
When Lord Shimura is free, they won't need to put their faith in folktales.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Sweating over the job you gave him.
I even love ending on just that maybe.
Yeah. And this speaks exactly to what Shimura is saying at the beginning, where it's like the people are looking to us to be an example. Well, guess what? It's been twisted already. It's totally reversed. They're looking at him as a hero, as a savior, as a protector. Whereas Lord Shimura, he's literally a captive. Like, he needs help. And so he can't do anything for the people. And here's this guy that's subverting everything that he was taught by Lord Shimura to help the people.
And in an effort to save Lord Shimura, right? Like in Jin's mind at this point in the story, he still has the goal of restoring everything. Right?
Yeah.
Like this is a temporary solution to bring the real savior in, but in real time, the sort of like dynamics of Tsushima and like who the people gravitate toward and see as their protector is shifting.
Maybe.
Right? Like decades of tradition is being unraveled in days.
Yeah. Absolute
and
desperation.
That's really, yeah. But it makes sense, right? Like these people are under an invasion.
It's life and death. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think it speaks against the timelines that we were talking about in our earlier, right? When we were talking about the Ryuzo story, in terms of every minute matters for Ryuzo. And then for Jin, it's like every minute is sort of building toward a bigger moment. But in the eyes of the regular folk, every minute is just as important as those like big moments that Jin is trying to sort of preserve and bring back. So let's jump ahead. So we get to a point where Ryuzo comes back. He had went off. He took that map. And then
he doesn't want to let you down.
Let's see how it's coming along.
Oh wait.
He doesn't.
My jump ahead did not go.
I still have a few men who weren't captured. They're waiting for us at a crossroads nearby.
We'll need the extra swords.
So he went off to follow the map to try to find the food, and basically a bunch of his men were captured. And so he asked Jin for his help in terms of like freeing his men who were captured. And actually in the ride-along dialogue, as they're headed toward that first marker, there's a really important exchange that reveals the history between Jin and Ryuzo that I sort of hinted at earlier.
Lead the way. How were your men captured?
Remember that map you gave me?
Oh, the one showing Mongol supply lines. Did you find food?
Yes. Very well guarded.
Too many guards for your best men?
The ugly bastards were all over us. I barely got away myself.
And you're sure the men are alive?
I heard them singing last night.
I'm surprised the Mongols allowed that.
So am I.
Are you good singers? Might be more pleasant than mercenary work.
I didn't choose this life. It was my only option after our duel.
So for one, we'll get back to the singing, right? But there's already a challenge in preconceived ideas around the Mongols and how they react and how they would treat the people. And that comes around later. There's another conversation. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But this starts of, so in a joke is what opens up this next thread of backstory where he's like, why don't you choose this other line of work? It may have been more profitable. And then Ryuzo says, I didn't choose this life. It was my only option after our duel. And then it leads to this exchange.
Oh, at Lord Naga's tournament. We never talked about it.
Before we spawned, I invited commanders from every clan to watch. You came at me like I was your mortal enemy. Almost broke my arm.
If I'd gone easy on you, everyone would have known it.
You were trying to kill me.
I couldn't let myself be defeated
by a lonely Ronin.
That's not what I meant.
You were born, Lord Saka. That tournament was my one chance to gain attention. To enter the service of a lord. Become a samurai.
You should have come to me. I would have hired you.
Because no one else would? No. I needed to prove myself.
I wish you told me this earlier.
Maybe I should have.
So I want to throw that to you. What stands out to you about that exchange?
I mean, now we know, we have context that he's been bitter against Jin this whole time. From the first time he saw him, it's like, there's the guy that tried to kill me in front of all these people that I brought to watch me win, because this was my one chance, and you stole it. And you're some little lord. You already had everything. You didn't need anything. you could have given this to me and you didn't. Not only did you not, you tried to hurt me. Like, dude, like, do you even understand the conversation we're having right now? You know, and it's like Jin, when they first met, it's like you don't get any vibe like that at all. So now you're hearing this, and it's like Jin's context has been wrong for everything. He's been misreading this guy the whole time.
Yes. And it also, like, it speaks to, like I said, the class divide that I talked about earlier, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah. Lowly Ronin versus Lord Sakai, right?
Yeah. And it probably sucks to Jin, because I think Jin, to your point, not only has misread this guy, but I don't think he really understands.
He doesn't.
Where he comes from, right? Like he just wanted to sort of, like, in his mind, he approached that tournament the way he's supposed to. And he's not taking in the full context of the society that they live in and the opportunities that come out of something like of a tournament. And so he's not truly understanding that it's like, dude, it's kind of like, there are times, right? I think there are more everyday sort of examples of this, right? Where let's say your friend, this happens all the time, right? Like people who are friends, but they're in different economic situations, right? So it's not necessarily class, but it's like, you make more money than I do, and you don't offer to help for this. Or like, you have the money, but you won't like put in a little extra, or you won't like these little things. It's like, it would be so easy for you to just do me a solid if we're really truly friends.
Yeah.
But you won't give me that grace. And it's like, come on, dude. It's like, because I know Ryuzo does have positive feelings toward Jin. You know, like they are friendly. They have a history. They were friends. They are childhood friends. But there's like this divide between them created by the society that they live in. That's like, it truly keeps them apart, you know? And it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And and Jin still isn't getting it. You know, he's like, I would have hired you. And he's like, you're missing the point. Like, I had to do this on my own. You don't get it. Like, yeah, you could just hire me. But that's you're missing it. Yeah. Oh man. There's so much mileage in a short conversation like this.
Short in-game conversations too, which I love. I love when games have these in-game conversations that are not in a cutscene that give you context. I think Naughty Dog and Santa Monica are kind of the masters of this. Like God of War has so many of these moments. Last of Us has so many of these moments. Even Uncharted, like the later Uncharted games, have a lot of those moments. It's so good. And this is one of the best ones in the entire game, I think. So jumping ahead, so Ryuzo has another moment where he talks about the Mongols after you save. So you go off and you save his men. And this is what happens when you
We
do.
placed bets. How long did it take you to free us? I lost.
Hope you brought some sake. You're not gonna believe this. It doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't?
My men said the Mongols didn't hurt them. They fed them. Good food, too. No wonder they were singing last night.
Just be grateful they're safe.
Why in all the hells would the Mongols feed them?
Maybe they expected something in return.
Thank you, Jin.
Man. And this goes back to him saying, I studied your people, your culture, you know, which villages to burn. He knows everything. It's like, you have a whole warrior class that I can subvert if I starve your people out. Good luck. He knows.
Or if I treat people like the Straw Hats with humanity, I give them the resources that you don't give them.
He takes them and then he gives them back, right?
Yeah.
He creates the need and then he supplies it. Yeah. Master stroke, man.
Yeah. What's great about Kotun Khan's character, because I think we talked about this yesterday, right? Where we're like, we think he's a great villain, but we were wondering if we're going to have that much to say about him. I think one of the things that Ghost of Tsushima does really well is that you get so much of his character through his actions, even off camera.
Yeah.
Right. Like you're learning how he's like pulling all the strings along, in a scene he's not in at all. Every time you say Straw Hats, I think One Piece. That's hilarious. So let me fast forward to, I wrote this timestamp wrong, but I think it's just 2:20. Yeah.
I'm glad to
I'll
hear
have
it.
to start a little bit ahead of it.
Send word to the others.
What should I tell them?
Because I can't be as
We're going to break
precise.
into Castle Canada and free Lord Shimura.
No worries.
Yeah. But it's going to go to a conversation between Khotun Khan, who we were just talking about. So now he is on camera, and Lord
I
Shimura.
read that samurai follow a path of honor.
It is one of the many differences between us.
Then why have my men found their brothers stabbed in the back?
Lord Sakai would never resort to such tactics.
War brings out who we truly are.
It has made you a dog, unleashed by your cousin Kublai to rape and pillage at his command.
Your nephew strays from the warrior's path. You will become what you hate, unless you join my empire's fight for peace.
You don't want allies. You want soldiers to overthrow the Shogun.
Consider my offer. Help your nephew regain his honor before his cowardice goes too far. And before I bring you his head.
So what I love about this exchange, right, is that he throws at Lord Shimura this idea that, hey, I know your worst fear, your worst nightmare is Jin straying from the path, right? Like losing his, being the code of the samurai. That is the worst possible outcome. To avoid that possible outcome, accept my offer, right? Which obviously he denies, and then eventually is freed. And we'll get to that pretty shortly. But the thing that Lord Shimura is trying to avoid, that Khotun Khan is poking at, is, like I said, Jin losing his code, losing his honor. And the tragedy of it, in a lot of ways, is that Jin saves Lord Shimura and still loses his honor. That thing that was being dangled in front of him as like the worst possible outcome still happens.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I can't wait to talk about some of that stuff in context later. Like, man, like.
So let's jump ahead then.
Such a good setup.
So this is part of the siege to save Lord Shimura. Hey guys, I'm gonna go. Great stream. Can't wait for Yotei stream. Thank you, Real Gaming Tracks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yuna, hold this area. I'll find Lord Shimura.
Good luck, Jin.
How are you doing on time, by the way? Because I know I'm technically running close to the 3-hour mark, but
don't even worry about it. We're good, man.
So here, on the way to save Lord Shimura, on the way in, you were counting on a lot of different allies to be there, and one of them was Ryuzo, and you're like, where is he? Where are the Straw Hats? And they were a no-show. And then in the middle of doing this, you go through a crack, which you've done 1,000,000 times in the game, and you stumble upon this.
Ryuzo.
The Khan put a bounty on the ghost. Anyone can claim it.
You wouldn't.
My men are starving, Jin.
Help me save my uncle, and he will reward your men. He will make you samurai.
Now that long pause.
He'll send us to die. Just like he did at Komoda Beach.
Then he'll send us to die.
He's your family, Jin. I need to protect mine.
Oh, man. I love the shots on the duels.
Yeah. So we can talk over this a little bit, but I think this is so fascinating from a character's perspective, right? Like, he says it, and the first time I played this game, I thought about it, right? Like, okay, yeah, his men are starving, he's just trying to provide for them. This is the surest path to providing for them. But I didn't really take into full account his position, like, fully, right? Like, his station in life. Like, what is Jin's offer really, right? Like, even if he makes good, even if, you know, he's made a samurai or whatever, the normalcy that Jin is promising him is actually not that enticing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's almost the antithesis of what he wants at this point. Like, he's bitter for all of his friends that died, and it's like he's just gonna send us right back to that. And he mentions the beach specifically. It's like it's his pain point. Like, you can't.
Yeah.
You're offering him that which caused this outcome. Like,
yeah,
you don't understand him, bro. You don't understand him.
Yeah. And I do think to some extent, even if he can provide, even if Lord Shimura could say, you will be completely protected, you won't, I'm not going to send you, and mean it, right? Let's just, for the sake of the hypothetical, right? Like, even if he can promise not having another Kamada Beach situation,
yeah,
still, what is the life that he's returning to really, right?
So savage. And so there's some really good imagery here. You have all the paper lanterns in the water here where they're fighting. And so there is some significance there, because you have like spiritual connection, you have like hope, you have like remembrance, right? So there's a lot of like sort of like retrospective that's being displayed through what's going on here.
These two characters that have so much history.
Yeah. And one of them might die right here. We don't know. Right? So this is, yeah.
Bam.
Enough. It's not too late. Help me save our home. It belongs to them now. Ryuzo. He's here! The samurai is here!
Oof.
Ryuzo's performance in this whole game, and we'll get to a real crazy performance from him in a second, but his performance is so good. Like, really going back through all of this, I think the first time I played this, I was like, oh, this dude, he betrayed us. And like, I understood his position, but like, really rewatching everything, I really sympathize with his character a lot.
Oh, dude, with hindsight, there's so much more nuance to some of these performances too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, man.
So to jump ahead a little bit, so you save your uncle, great, happy days, right? And then it leads to this scene. If I can get it, here we go. So 2 days later, after saving your uncle, parts of the north. This is the start of Act 2. This is the scene we were talking about.
Won't you welcome me inside?
This is also at the Shimura,
Your people
like, estate.
are tired, hungry, cold. Open the gate and save them.
It's mind games.
Yeah. Layered mind games, man.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's gonna burn some dudes. No, it's worse.
For my men. Burn it.
You promised food to my men, burn them. And it's really interesting to think about this from Ryuzo's perspective, right? Like, he is leaving one life of servitude and mistreatment kind of for another.
Yeah.
No. Open the gate! Open the gate!
how far will you go to protect your people? Right?
Yeah, that's
which is
one
the
of
question that
thematic-
Jin
yep.
faces, and is also what Ryuzo is facing here. He hesitates. Kotsun-kan's not having any of it. Job's not done. Gate's not open. Keep going.
Open the gate! Open the gate!
Oh. His voice just like breaks.
Yeah. He's broken in that moment, man. That's crazy.
This is probably the scene, if I think of all scenes in Ghost of Tsushima, this is probably the one that first comes to mind when I think of this game. And also this visual. I took so many photo mode shots of this shot right here.
Yeah.
It's like the sunset and the lights on the water and so forth. So this is the start of Act 2. So that was the big Ryuzo scene that we were just talking about. Let's jump ahead to a scene right around here. Oh, damn it. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Looking at the wrong timestamp.
This is the right, no, this is the right timestamp.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out, nothing really major happens. Don't you know that there are no other games beyond Final Fantasy? Hey, Final Fantasy Files.
I heard
What's
the
up?
Khan took his castle.
So this scene plays out. I just want to let this scene play out.
He fooled all of us.
I thought you'd be gone by now.
So did I.
Let's talk to my uncle. See about getting your reward.
So this scene, the reason I wanted to play that scene is it's indicative of a lot of scenes in Ghost of Tsushima I was talking about earlier, where it's like they're very short, very economical. In a lot of ways, there's not really much worth saying about them in some ways, but like they communicate something still, right? But they're not big scenes. They're not overly dramatic scenes. It's just like, I thought you were going to be gone by now. I saved your brother. She's like, yeah, I thought I would be too. So two real quick exchanges. You learn, okay, her position is evolving over time. And it's a very quick, it's like a 15-second interaction. But there's just something about, like indicative for the audience who haven't played the game. There's a lot of scenes like that, which you wouldn't think like a couple of like story dudes would like dive into because it's like so short that it's not worth talking about. And we're not going to spend time on it, but like there are like these little scenes that stitch together to these bigger moments that we are focusing on. All right, so to jump ahead. So then we go to the first meeting with Shimura after saving him.
We will defeat the Khan and the coward Ryuzo. Mount their heads on the battlements of my castle. But I can't do this without you.
You have me.
I heard of your exploits while I was in prison. Your methods were brutal, impulsive, without honor.
I did what I had to. For you.
I know, Jin. And I will be forever in your debt.
So there's an understanding here from Shimura.
But you can't continue down this path.
Caveat.
All of Tsushima looks to us for guidance. We must save our home together. As samurai.
What about Yuna? She saved my life and helped free you. All she wants in return is safe passage to the mainland.
I will grant it when the seas are clear. But only if she helps me retake my castle.
Thank you, Uncle.
So think about this scene. The reason I wanted to linger on it for a second is like, what I wrote in my notes was, you know, Jin can't continue down this path, right? To like, for in in Shimura's words, right, he's trying to save their home. But that is tied up in like how you behave and your code and your tradition. And it sort of like brought this question to my mind of like, what is a home? Is it a people and a place, which is I think what it is to Jin, or is it a set of values and a way of life, which is what I think it is more so to Shimura. And I think that's sort of a central difference between them that we see play out through the rest of this game. But I'm curious on your point of view of that.
Yeah, no, I'm 100%. So Shimura is like completely focused on tradition, and tradition sort of is what family is to him. It is what is meaningful to him. And if you are within that tradition, then it's shared. But if you step outside of that, how quickly he will cut you off from family. And Jin doesn't view it that way at all. Tradition means nothing in the face of the people that he values. And so you have like this completely different viewpoint, this complete split between values here. The other interesting thing in the scene is that Shimura puts conditions on helping both Jin and Yuna. Nothing he's doing is without condition.
Mm-hmm. And that actually segues beautifully.
You thought you'd turn against your own people?
To the next scene I want to focus on.
Tell me about this woman who saved your life.
Yuna is brave, loyal, and good in a fight.
Ishikawa said she's a thief.
So immediately, right? He's like categorizing her.
Yeah,
he's like,
oh,
that's
judge.
sure.
Yeah.
But I heard she's a thief.
Yeah. She can be a little rough, but she has a good heart.
Take care where you place your faith. You were friends with Yuzo too.
I mean, kind of a good point.
I need to know I can rely on my people.
You have my full support, and Yuna's.
So such a judgmental point of view from Shimura. Exactly to your point. You're reading exactly into what I wanted to bring up. It actually comes. I'll actually hold on conversing about it because it segues perfectly to the next conversation I want to focus on, which is right here at the end of this like mission.
I hope the Khan sees this.
He will.
We will take back your castle, Uncle.
And destroy the Mongols. As honorable samurai. Return home and claim your father's honor. Recruit the peasants of Yarikawa. I will petition the Shogun for reinforcements.
How we get a message to the mainland?
I have unsavory friends of my own.
Okay, buddy.
So you could already tell why I wanted to play through this. But there's like such an interesting thing right here of like this like classist, judgmental worldview that comes from Shimura, that comes out of the tradition that he values so much, right? There are hierarchies to the society, and even the way that he speaks about people, though, right? Is like, go recruit the peasants of Yarikawa. I have unsavory friends of my own. It's like he's creating this separation between Tsushima, exactly to your point earlier, right? Like, who is Tsushima? Is it this, envisioned sort of thing that is guided and set forth by people like Lord Shimura and Lord Sakai? Or is it the actual people?
Yeah. Is it an ideal or is it human beings, right?
Yes.
Oof.
So you see that really come to play directly in this scene.
Yeah.
So jumping ahead to then one of the other central scenes between Jin and Lord Shimura.
Bring us the Shogun's help. We did it.
I knew we would. You continue to prove the Mongols are not unstoppable.
You taught me to fight. I couldn't disappoint you.
And you never have. I am proud of the warrior the man you have become. Jin, my message to the Shogun included an announcement. I wish to formally adopt you as my son.
Uncle.
In my heart, you have always been the heir to my legacy. When this war ends, we will make it official. One day, our people will look to you as their leader. You will become their honorable Jito, backed by all the power of the Shogun.
So the real thing that stands out to me, we already passed, but in terms of, you know, offering to essentially become his father, and like take him on as his son, but also this element of like projection of Shimura in some ways, right? Is like, I always viewed you as my heir. And so he has this role for Jin developed in his mind that he wants him to fit into. And I think there's something about this game that I think is interesting, that this is like, this whole game in some ways is Jin looking to find his actual identity, right?
Yeah.
Because he's not quite his father, because he's maybe sees himself as more of a coward. He's not his uncle in a lot of ways. He's not this ghost, right? Like he does sort of embrace it later, but he does initially. Everyone is trying to attach an identity to him rather than letting him find his own identity in some ways.
Oh man. And so that right there, remember that you said that, because when we talk about the endings, that is key to one of them. Okay.
Okay.
So
we'll keep that.
Yeah. So his identity and his inability to really get to choose it himself, right? He's sort of just being pulled all over the place. And yeah, well okay. I'm going to save it.
No, we don't have to jump ahead. If you want to say something now, you can.
Well,
I was just moving along so we have the next thing ready.
Well, what I would say, well, it would reveal the nature of the ending and stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, so we'll put it on hold for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this point of the story, Jin and Yuna go to Yarikawa to try to recruit them. And they say, and he meets this guy who's basically running Yarikawa. And he is told this by the leader of it.
Yet you're aiding.
It's a couple.
No,
it's like 40
I'm
seconds
fighting
ahead
for
of this
Lord
point, but I
Saka
couldn't get the
for
pin
the ghost.
where I needed
We
it.
can help break
I'm
the
good.
siege as
Oh, actually, she says something right here that I wanted to highlight.
Shimura won't get his army.
Shoot.
Don't worry, they're too stubborn to surrender.
If they don't, it will be a
We'll just let it play from here.
They need my uncle as much as he needs them.
Oh, good.
United, we can beat back the invaders.
People here have bad memories of Lord Shimura.
If they're going to survive.
So in this area, he just says it right. People here have bad memories of Lord Shimura. So Lord Shimura, this is Yarikawa, which Lord Shimura helped put down the sort of like rebellion that was happening in Yarikawa in the past.
Yamasa knows you're here. You two go ahead. I want to check on the swordsmith.
Lord Sakai.
Ujimasa Yarikawa.
I never thought Lord Shimura's nephew would be responsible for the ghost. You best be careful, or he'll punish you, as he punished my once great family.
For inciting
So a little
rebellion
context.
against Jito.
Yep.
That was years ago. We've all got bigger problems now.
Who's this? Your servant?
I was born here.
Yet you're aiding Clan Shimura.
No, I'm fighting for Lord Sakai.
I wanted to pause on that because again, it's why I think there's such a important, like why Yuna is such a great compliment to Jin in so many ways, is that she also rejects a lot of the traditional definitions and categorizations of people, right? It's like Jin Sakai is not part of the Shimura clan. He is this trusted ally that I've gone through all of this with. He doesn't really just fit into that box.
Right.
For the ghost.
We can help break the siege as such.
And that was really the thing I want to focus on there. And also there's a moment later that I won't jump to, but it's like a screenshot of it. But there's like a dialogue that you have with another character who's from this area. And they say, he's like introduced as Jin Sakai, and the person responds, Sakai, eh? As long as you're not a Shimura. And again, just like
Oof.
the identity of like what is a Shimura,
Yeah.
and what does it mean in certain places, and then why it's actually valuable that Jin isn't fully part of that. I'm gonna jump ahead again. So the next scene is with Taka, who is Yuna's brother. And what I love about this interaction is like not only is it important for later development, but it actually kind of reminds me of an interaction I wrote in my notes of like the interaction with Prompto and FF15. It's like a little bit of a quiet moment on this rooftop where Jin and Taka is, like I said, Yuna's brother, and he asks Jin this question, are you scared? Or I think Jin asked this of Taka.
No. Not really. A little.
Final Fantasy
Yuna's
Files.
never afraid. You're probably like that too. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we're all afraid sometimes. Even Yuna.
Even you?
Yes. When the Mongols took my uncle, I was afraid I'd lose the only family I have left. That's how your sister feels about you.
Without her, I'd be dead.
So would I.
So I love this moment, right, of like not only in how like just pleasant it is, but how vulnerable it is, and then also how Jin is drawing, in Taka's mind, Jin is this growing legend. He's this ghost. Before that, he was a samurai of like the Sakai household. Taka is essentially a peasant in a lot of ways, and Jin is removing that separation between them.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Of like,
No
I'm
more
also
class
afraid.
barrier. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I'm also afraid your sister saved your life. She saved my life too. He's bringing it down. He's making them more even, which at his last, I think is a very beautiful moment.
Awesome.
So jumping ahead to an important scene with Yuna thematically. So this is preparing for a big battle that's going to happen the next day, and you and Yuna share a drink.
Kenji spent the rest of the day wearing one sandal.
And I'm going to prep you to, like, even though I have thoughts on this, I feel like I've monopolized a couple of the last cutscenes. So when I pause it, it'd be great if you could jump in with what you think of this scene.
This is terrible.
My mother loved it. Used to drink it like water. She gets so mad when she ran out. Yelled at us. Where's my tea?
Sounds like a demanding woman.
She broke Taka's arm when he was 6. I took him away. Ran as far from her as we could get. We heard they found her a month later. Face down in the street.
You were brave to protect your brother. Sometimes our only choice is to walk away from everything we know.
So, yeah.
Yeah, what a great evolution of the previous scene that we paused on. I mean, now they're literally drinking together. Yuna is completely emotionally transparent, right? She's literally telling a formative story, a deep and emotional story. And when we first meet her, she literally kills somebody and is stone-faced after that, right? So we haven't really seen her crack. We haven't seen her open up and be emotionally vulnerable. So this is a big moment in not just her character development, but like their relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
It shows
and also just like,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, the not only is it well earned, but not only does it take this time for that to happen, but it feels natural to Yuna. But also, the timing of it for Jin is very important too. Where like he sort of internalizes the message that's unstated in her story, but is clearly the sort of like main takeaway of her story. Is like sometimes you have to walk away from everything you know, and as she had to do, right? Like she was with her mother and her family, and then it just became untenable and unsafe for her to stay there. And so he had to, just like Jin now, has to sort of like consider stepping away from everything he knows.
Wild.
So I'm cognizant of time. So I'm going to jump ahead past one of the moments because I know this next one is one of your favorites.
All right, let's
so this is in a showdown with the general in the middle of this big fight. And this is what happens. It unlocks this mode.
Invaders! Look at your general! Run! Or this will be your fate!
And you can see the opponents are paralyzed in fear.
Yeah.
People of Yarikawa, hunt every Mongol to the last
Cinematic technique of the black and white and the red too, just awesome.
And then here you can listen to the NPCs in a second. And I love what this stuff is within gameplay. Where is it? Wait for it. Darn it, come on.
Cut them down! Take their heads! Hold everyone to the gate!
For the ghost!
The ghost, yeah.
So the ghost, like, thing, like, myth is growing.
Yeah, I love ghost mode. I love when you can blend gameplay and story.
Yeah.
You know, just seamlessly. And previously we talked about, okay, you're playing through these sequences where characters are having important conversations, they're on horseback or whatever. But I mean, this is a literal gameplay mechanic that is tied to the growth of the character and the choices that he's been put through this entire time. He has become this legend, this embodiment of fear. And that's only because of the tactics that he had to adopt and the path that he had to walk. It wouldn't have happened the same way. I mean, he'd already be dead if he was following his uncle's path, right? Like this.
Oh, for sure.
So,
and that becomes really important here, right? Like in this scene, that for time I'm gonna skip over, but he makes a speech to people where they say you know, he's like, he's like, because he's like, you need to sort of like raise up arms and continue to fight back. That's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to fight. And, you know, they make the point that we're not samurai. And then he goes, well, who just drove these people off? It was all of you. Obviously he was part of it, but he imbues like confidence and inspiration in these like regular people. That, to be honest, his uncle stamped down at one point. So very interesting.
Yeah, it's to that point. It's interesting that his uncle said that the point of honor is to be an example to them. And here we have the exact reverse in proving to be effective.
Yeah. So, so jumping ahead quite a bit to a moment where toward the end of Act 2, there's this conversation, and I'm just going to talk over it, where Jin asks Yuna, oh, can you help me with this like final thing that I need to do? And the next day, Yuna and her brother are going to leave. They've done what they need to do, and they can just go off peacefully. Yuna says, all we want to do is start a new life, is what she's saying right now. And she's like, and he's like, okay, I won't stop you, right? Like he pushes, but then he relents. And then Taka sort of like starts to say something, and Jen says, no, listen to your sister, right? This is all fair. He's doing everything he should do. He's like respecting Yuna's wish. She asks, but ultimately she wants to move on. But that leads to what happens here.
Not trained for this.
If Yunikawa, you said we can save our home if we stand together. I stand
So
with
in
the
that
Ghost.
scene on the rooftop,
I can't pit you against Mongols. If anything
where he
happens,
inspired
at least
him,
let me create a distraction.
has now emboldened
Throw some of them
Taka.
away.
Yeah.
Even the odds for you.
And so he decides to sort of like help Jin, and Jin is like, okay, well, if you're just going to distract them, set something, do that and run off immediately.
Go. I'll make my move now.
And it all sadly leads to
Yes, Ryuzo.
Jin running into Ryuzo, getting blindsided, and it transitions to this.
Lord Sakai! Lord Sakai! Please, wake up!
Taka. How?
You were gone so long. I knew you were in trouble. I came to help, but the Mongols caught me.
Damn. We have to get free.
They're going to kill us.
Only if we let them. Try to get loose. Just need to loosen this.
So tragically, Kotsude Khan does more of his mind games, offers freedom to Taka if he kills the ghost. And all the while he was telling Jin, people follow you now. You're important. So Taka tries to attack Kotsude Khan.
Your friend died for you. Now I must find another, and you must choose again.
So I mean,
Absolute-
it's the, in terms of the myth making, right? Like he became this thing. He emboldened Taka in a lot of ways, and understandably, that's happening all throughout the island in a lot of ways. And it has led to the death of the one person, you know, was trying to save and was one day away from escaping with.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's obviously a huge weight associated with this because the whole thing is his fault, you know, on multiple levels. He could have told him no. You know, it's like emboldening him. Okay, not necessarily a bad thing, but you had another chance. You could have stopped him and you didn't, you know? And to play to Kotoon's mind games, the man, this is why you only need to put him in limited scenes, is because there's so much power when he's in the scene. He literally hands Taka a sword. He's unarmed. He has so much confidence that no matter what happens, he's going to be on top, that he literally hands this man a sword. And when he turns on him and attacks him, it takes him all of 2 seconds to turn it around. He is just absolutely formidable. And then what does he do? He uses his original plan. He adapts a new method to just mess with Jin more.
Yeah, it's brutal. And it leads to, you know, sadly, Yuna stumbles into the camp
Jin,
as you exit.
I just saw the Khan right out with Ryuzo. Where's Taka? I know he's here. He left a message saying he'd followed you. Where is he? No. No! No! No!
Yuna, wait!
Taka! He wasn't supposed to be here. Why did
It wasn't
he
supposed to
listen?
be here. I love that. Just pull out and you can hear the no.
Yeah.
In the environment.
So
So
good.
there's a interesting moment in the burial. Sorry.
Stay.
So she sort of relents, right? That she, God, I'm trying to get, okay, maybe here.
I swore I'd give him a good life. Keep him safe. This isn't your fault. It's mine.
She absolves him.
No. It was the Khan. Rizzo. Every Mongol on this island. Help me kill them all.
And so while I think you can put blame on Jin for all the reasons that you stated, there is something to this where it's like, even if she were to escape and get to the mainland, that is ultimately his goal, right? That is ultimately Khotun Khan's goal. So she's trying to escape it, but in reality, there's really no escaping this, right? Like she's trying to almost compartmentalize things, right? Of like, Tsushima's under attack, but if I just get away, it's okay. But it's like, in truth, there's really, as much as she doesn't want it to be, this attack on Tsushima is still an attack on her. Even as she's trying to keep distance from it, it just sort of is inevitable. So I want to jump ahead to, let's jump to the Shimura and Jin argument.
Oh, okay.
That sort of like sets up.
Yeah, it's a good one.
The finale. So basically what happens leading up to this is they're trying to take over the Shimura estate. Circular staircase. The real question, is there a spiral staircase? There's probably, I don't know, there might be. I don't remember any in this game. Possibly in Yotei, so keep an eye out. But basically Shimura witnesses Jin using these tactics directly. He's heard of it. He's sort of aware that it's something, but he literally sees it with his eyes. And this is the scene that comes out of that. Wait, hold on. Did I go too far? Oh yeah, so that happened. But then here the Mongols fall back. We can get ahead a little bit.
The Mongols are on the defensive.
Here it is.
We will strike before they regroup and end this war tomorrow.
You sent our men to die.
Why is this?
Their blood is on our hands. I can find a way past the bridge. Poison the enemy.
An act of terror.
I am trying to save our people.
By teaching them to fear us. If you continue down this path, you will be no better than the Mongols. I trained you to fight with honor.
Honor died on the beach. The Khan deserves to suffer.
You are ruled by your emotion.
I sacrificed everything I knew to save our people. I gave them hope. You did nothing. No. We're finished.
Oof.
So I know this is a scene that when we spoke yesterday, really stood out to you. So I want to throw it to you. Just like anything you want to say about this scene in particular.
Oh, I mean, I feel like their points are laid out really well in this, even the unspoken parts. And this is the first time that we see Jin like openly challenge Shimura, right? I mean, he basically says, you did nothing. You know, he's calling him out like there's no point, right? And he pushes him so far that he literally strikes him.
And they're in the midst of a part of the conflict, right? Where it's like, it's another moment of like, are we going to do nothing and then the next day do it your way? Or are we going to do what's necessary in terms of going and just poisoning these people overnight?
It's a role reversal, right? Between, so what we had with Jin and Ryuzo, we now have with Jin and Shimura. It's, I got to do this to save lives. And Shimura's like, you know, nah, not this way. He doesn't really understand the urgency, I guess you could say.
Yeah. So I'm going to jump to the end of Act 2, essentially, with where after the poisoning, this is the sort of final conversation between Shimura and Jin. So he's seeing these poison men. He puts them out of their misery.
The Khan marches north. We can head him off.
You defied me.
I did what I had to. For them.
Is this how you want to be remembered?
He defended.
Keep that in mind. Is this how you want to be remembered?
Legacy versus people.
Chaos.
We are at war.
And you are acting like the enemy.
You were acting with the enemy. This shot right here.
This is not our way.
Your way can't save our people.
The Shogun will demand a head.
And this is where it gets a practicality, right? Here's where it's like, it's not even really about the act itself, as we see the real reason here.
But it does not have to be yours. I know. She
Man.
drove you to this.
Uncle.
Renounce the ghost. You must blame her for this outrage.
We can erase this. I say,
Tell them.
what is really honorable, right, about that?
You are Jin Shimura,
But he's willing to paper over it.
loyal servant to the Shogun.
Yeah.
My heir,
Because ultimately, tradition
my son.
is actually what matters most to him.
Right. The irony is that denying his uncle's offer right here is
I am not
what's
your
most
son.
honorable. He's
Yes.
asking him to lie
I am the ghost.
and condemn somebody else. Like, blame her.
And you will be judged for it.
You will be judged for it.
Lord
So
Sakai.
he lets himself get arrested. His friends save him. And we just have to play this scene.
Forgive me, Kage.
I'm trying to skip as many scenes as I can and get to the end, but
Mina's waiting for
Oh,
us.
good, dude. Oh, good.
so as you escape, your horse gets shot. As heartbreaking as this whole sequence is, what I love is the cinematography of it.
Oh, yeah.
That shot on the side of the horse is clearly tired, and then there's like a cut to the horse really struggling, and the music in the background.
This is a symbolic death, and that the horse represents something more than just a horse.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, I think.
I'm sorry I couldn't
There's a
protect you.
horse.
What does he say to it? Sorry, I couldn't protect you.
Yeah. By the way, the vocals in this song just brutalized me, as
know.
does like the very final song with the credits.
Haunting, man. Ah.
And this is just cinema. Act 3. Over the white. Kill the Khan.
Kill the Khan.
Obviously buried the horse. So what I love about what happens here in the start of Act 3 is essentially you discover this village, that, you know, you find all these dead bodies, and you realize that these bodies were poisoned. And so the poison that Jin had used on the Mongols was reverse engineered by the Mongols to kill these innocent people of Tsushima. And then it leads to actually Jin gets shot with a dart with some of this poison, doesn't die, thankfully, but does become disoriented. Yuna sort of saves him. They talk about it. And there is one last thematic conversation between Jin and her that I wanted to play here.
He was trying to protect me, to fulfill his duty.
Where you kind of get the resolution of like that scene they were just discussing over the conversation that they have here in gameplay. If this guy ever gets on the horse.
He had to get the loot first.
Yeah.
Are those people from Qin?
I don't know. The Mongols burned a lot of towns.
If we'd only pursued their army instead of fighting each other.
Why did you surrender to your uncle?
I couldn't let them take you. My uncle needed someone to blame.
And I was his first choice.
He was trying to protect me, to fulfill his duty to the Shogun. I surrendered so you could escape north and pick up the Khan's trail.
Shimura's a fool for turning against you.
He wanted me to be his son. I destroyed his dream.
By doing the right thing.
Being right doesn't always make things better.
That's the dialogue I just want to pause on real quick. Just like, being right doesn't always make things better.
Oh, and that is to the point that he's fighting against with Shimura, because Shimura thinks that his code of honor is right. And so it's interesting that he's making the reverse point, but the point he's making is going to that earlier conversation. Like, it's so many things are with a good theme. You have the conversation being inverted on both sides and points being used against each other until you sort of settle into what the writer wants, and the ending even splits that beautifully.
The synthesis, right? The battle between the thesis, antithesis until you reach
synthesis,
sort of that middle point. But it also reminds me of that scene that we talked about at the very beginning of this recap watch along, where it's like you have the character who killed Lady Masako's family, and he goes, the world has changed. You need men who change with it, basically, which is essentially mirroring where Jin ends up at the end of all of this. He takes it a step too far, but it's kind of on paper a very similar belief.
Yeah.
In terms of those inversions you were talking about.
Definitely.
So let's jump to the death of the Khan. So at the end of the fight with Khotun Khan,
and another will come.
and here's where Khotun Khan is more similar to Lord Shimura than I think he even may realize, than Shimura really realizes, and definitely that I realized as the player.
We will be remembered forever.
That legacy piece. Yep.
You will be forgotten.
So yeah, so again, he's like obsessed with the, in a weird way, where like he's similarly obsessed with what Lord Shimura is obsessed with.
Yeah.
But that leads us to the very end, finally.
Man.
And thank you for hanging in for this whole thing.
Sure.
But you reach the end, and I want to let a little bit of this play out. I know it's kind of long. I think it's like 10 minutes total. But I think it's important to us to give this the proper button. So you go back home, play your flute, and Lord Shimura shows up.
Jin.
Uncle.
I wasn't sure you would come.
I wanted to talk with you. If we work together, we can drive off the remaining Mongols. Start rebuilding our home.
That is not your duty. The Shogun has disbanded Clan Sakai. As of today, you are no longer samurai.
I sacrificed everything for my people. And I would do it again.
New samurai are coming to replace those we lost. They will occupy your land and estate.
I have to say goodbye to my home.
We pause it real quick.
Yeah.
So Jin would do what he did again to save people. And part of his uncle's response to that is new samurai are coming to replace the ones we lost. You see this value of life, and you see this totally different view of life, which is duty. Here comes more duty to fill all of the death. And Jin's like, none of the death is okay. None of the death is worth it.
Yeah. And in fact, protecting people is so worth it that I'm going to completely give up all of the privilege, right? Like, we talked a little bit about the difference in the station in life between him and Ryuzo. And Jin is reaching a point where he's no longer, Sakai's are gone. Clan Sakai's done. You will be regarded to peasantry, basically. You won't have land. You won't have name. You won't have honor. But for Jin, that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to spoil the ending yet, but man, is it time? It's almost time. We're almost there. Let's go.
Ride with me.
But I love this moment. This was what I was talking about earlier, right? Of like having this moment to breathe.
Yeah.
It's sort of like an epilogue in a way where you took out the Khan and now you're just going to go for a ride with your uncle and talk.
Will you remain in Ghost of Tsushima?
Yes. The Shogun asked me to train his warriors to fight the Mongols.
Good.
By the way, the background
conquered all of Japan.
I will spend what years I have left ensuring they fail. A task I hoped we would face together, as father and son.
You can still remarry, start a new family.
Yes, I suppose I can.
Counter to that.
Yeah.
It's like, I want you as my son, and he's like, you can still remarry.
Let us help you.
No trouble
So I have a
yourself.
different son.
Nonsense.
You can't do it alone.
I mean, it's because, right, like Lord Shimura is like valuing having Jin specifically as a son. So there's something genuine in that in terms of like, there's something to sympathize with there, right? But there's also the practical side of like Jin being like, hey, you could also just start over, dude. Like, it's not just about me. But this
You're much too
scene
kind.
is really important.
The mud is thicker than it looks.
That's a heavy load. Where are you headed?
Jogaku. The Ghost Army is up there.
He has an army.
You didn't hear? They'll sail for the Mongol steppes with a storm at their back. Burn their homes to the ground.
An impressive goal.
This is everything I can offer them. I hope it helps.
Then we will see you on your way.
So the Ghost has an army, and Jin is like, the Ghost has an army?
Yeah.
But in terms of like the legend taking on a life of its own, and they speak about it.
Thank you, my lord.
Right here.
Jogaku is many miles from here. Keep away from the mud and the Mongols.
I will.
But I do love, I'll preempt what's about to be said with, it is an interesting exploration of like, I think players like myself and probably you do agree with Jin and the course of action he's taken. And ultimately this was the right thing to do. but there are still outcomes that not everything is completely good or bad, right? And to some extent, what they talk about here, you're like, is this completely a good thing or not?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Not here. Follow me.
It's interesting that the idea of the ghost commands such loyalty that this guy is taking everything he can give by himself, dragging this cart.
People flock to your cause. The Shogun is concerned. I am.
So go ahead with that.
Oh
so
no,
he's like,
it was just a perfect example of the loyalty of the citizens to this new idea. And at the beginning, it's like Shimura is basically saying, like, we're the example for the people. We're the ideal, you know, like in his mind, he is what the people are. And now he's seeing right in front of him, here's a regular guy without prompting is hauling all this stuff to go support this effort behind the antithesis of what he is, right?
Yeah. I mean, really well said.
Concerned.
You have nothing to fear.
When the new clans arrive, will people bow to their samurai? Or betray them in the name of the ghost?
I won't let them do that. They'll listen to me.
You openly defied me, Jin. My most trusted warrior. You taught our people to disobey their leaders. What makes you think your followers will obey you?
And so that's what I think is an interesting point, right? Like, it is he makes a good point.
Yeah.
You know, you created this whole thing that, while it may have facilitated the saving of Tsushima in a lot of ways, and ultimately is a good thing, or you regard it as a good thing, there are these knock-on effects, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have taught people, maybe there doesn't have to be order. Maybe you can challenge leaders, and what, you know, just like you defied me, who's to say someone won't defy you?
Absolutely.
And it's a good question.
Yeah. I mean, I think, so a metaphor comes to mind. It's sort of like he's describing the effect that Jin has had as starting a fire. And you don't try to control a fire, you have to put it out. And that's basically everything he just said. Like, what are you going to do now? You've taught them to betray leadership. Like, yeah, rough.
So jumping ahead a little bit, so they head to the graveyard. Which is really a starting point of the whole game.
Cemetery.
Yeah.
The resting place of 7 generations of Sakai.
What a way to
including
bookend
Roma.
it, this imagery.
Yeah.
And my father.
We must pay our respects.
God, what a gorgeous game.
Yeah. Man.
I will miss this.
So will I. The Shogun has declared you a traitor.
He ordered you to kill me.
The ghost was an outlaw.
We taught our people to defy their leaders.
To defend themselves.
With poison, a gift you gave to our enemy.
I had to stop you from throwing away our people's lives.
You have no honor.
And you are a slave to it.
Summary of all the arguments right there, back and forth. Boom, 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 boom.
God.
So good.
Perfectly executed. Perfectly executed. And here's the thing too, is like ultimately I agree with Jin, right? Like I do think Lord Shimura is a little too much of a slave to it. And the first time I played this, I was like, dude, give it up. Like, especially my modern Western mind,
right?
Taking in this story, like, is automatically predisposed to agree with Jin. But, you know, I do feel for Lord Shimura, and like, I know this tortures him, right? Like, he has tears in his eyes, and I could feel that even if you look at it logically and you say, hey, dude, you should be able to see through all this, I understand why he struggles to and how much it hurts him.
You are my son. Now I must continue the line of Shimura without you.
I mean, I gotta admit too,
and my head is the cost. Taking it is my punishment.
Like watching this again earlier by myself, preparing for this, I got a little welled a little bit over even the line where he said, you know, you were my son. Like you could really feel.
Yeah.
Oh God, I went over that line, but that's a great line. Shit.
Throwing away our people's
All
lives.
good.
Oh damn, it went too far. All right, I'll just let it play. I won't say anything else.
And you are a slave to it.
Just go ahead and pause it right here. Okay. So here's the crazy illustration about honor between these two characters, right? You have no honor and you're a slave to it. Jin will relinquish his honor to save his people, and Shimura will kill his own son to preserve it.
Yes.
Like, crazy. Absolutely. It's like the farthest possible viewpoints.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say.
I mean, that's such a great summarization of everything. But like it's just hearing you say that, like I think I sort of maybe understood that, but I never really. I'm still taking that in. I'm like, fuck, you're right. It's like shit. He will give everything up to. That's such a good.
Dude, that's why
the way you
so
just
good.
phrase that is just beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, this scene does look amazing.
Now I must continue the line of Shimura without you. I must start a new family, and my head is the cost. Taking it is my punishment.
Our final day together.
It is beautiful.
It's time. Write the last words of Clan Sakai.
And Clan Shimura.
Oh, I did forget about that. So he writes a final
haiku, right?
This mechanic throughout the entire game of a haiku, and you get to choose here what it is. I would tap forward, but I know it's gonna pull it back if I do.
You're good, man. You're good.
Okay. But the haiku that this player actually chose was quite good.
Another example of taking a gameplay mechanic and putting it right into the story in a powerful way.
Yeah. Reflect on loss. So he looks over at his uncle. There's a few different options. Hands that shape the world, strength in every step. Ultimately, he chooses eyes that saw my pain. In this shot, destiny divides our souls. Oh, perfect choice, I thought. Will death redeem us? I fight without hope. He missed the one at the bottom. And then here's Laiko.
Eyes that saw my pain. Destiny divides our souls. Will death redeem us?
Destiny that divides our souls, though, man. That line in particular,
man,
got me. It's really perfect for these two characters, too.
Oh, yeah.
Your parents will always be with you.
Yes, Uncle.
I will train you to become the strongest warrior Clan Sakai has ever known.
And he did.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not wrong.
You as my own son. Are you ready?
Man, as a parent, just thinking about like trying to raise your child up to be like you, and then it's so different how he turns out. It's just heartbreaking to him.
Yeah,
brutal. Like you said, it's like you don't necessarily agree with Shimura, but you understand why he's grieving so hard.
Yes. Golly. It's gonna bump that music a little bit.
Yeah.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema. Bro.
So the I will say, playing this on lethal, oh boy, I got my ass whooped quite a bit. Oh shit, I went a little too far. Alright. I had to fight this one a few times.
Honor me with a warrior's death.
So I'm curious how to handle this.
Okay.
So obviously it gives a choice
Mm-hmm.
to either kill him or spare him. I guess we could just very quickly, we'll watch both.
Yep.
But very quickly, I know our choices were the same. But what was your choice and the reasoning very quickly?
Okay, so I chose to spare him. It just falls in line with his compassion, and I feel like this is the first time that he actually gets to decide who he is. Nobody can stop him. Nobody can force him. This is really one of the only few choices he actually has.
Goes back to what you were saying.
Exactly. And so he gets to decide who he is. This is his identity. And he gets to live it out through this choice. And so I think that it's defiant, it's bittersweet, it's liberating, right? There's more I can say after we actually watch how it plays out, but it's this idea of like breaking the cycle, right? He's not in
Final
this
Fantasy. It is a Final Fantasy podcast.
right. So he's not stuck in this cycle of honor bound violence, right? If you want to call it that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so his it's the idea is that his honor now comes from saving Tsushima, not performing rituals. He's fully the ghost, right? So sparing Shimura is rebellion against the shogun's order, and the choice is rooted in empathy instead of obedience. And I think that's just who he's been the whole time. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll add to that, but totally agree. The only thing I'll add to that is there was an element of role play for me in this, for sure.
Yeah.
Where I thought his arc was leading to him sparing Shimura, because all throughout the game, right, like he is valuing what he personally wants to protect, you know, even if it's against sort of the code. And I know technically people who choose to kill him is because they want to honor his uncle's requests and sort of like what his uncle values, right? It's like, okay, if this is the code that you lived your life by, then maybe you should die by it as well, right? And I understand that choice. But for me, it felt like Jin wouldn't make that choice. And for me personally, in a role-playing perspective, just like Jin, I don't think I could kill my family.
Yeah.
You know? And
absolutely.
That's just a bridge too far for me. So I just couldn't do it. So we'll see how this plays out.
I have no honor.
Very plainly.
But I will not kill my family.
I feel that, bro.
The ghost will be hunted for the rest of his days.
I know.
Judge me, hunt me. I won't kill my family. So unfortunately, this YouTube video, which I really love, it's 1440p, all that jazz, does not have the second scene.
Oh,
so I need to load in a different scene. But I'm also struggling with changing videos. Oh, here we go. It was adding in a playlist.
Oh, the Shogun has declared.
That's why. I was trying to add the other video earlier, and I was like, "What's happening?" And it wouldn't. It wasn't doing it. So before we watch the kill option, was there anything else you wanted to say about the spare choice?
Let me see. I probably have some notes here. I think I said a lot of this. So one thing that I did notice, so Shimura says the ghost will be hunted for the rest of his days. So you can see even at the last, he's scared for Jin. Like he's absolutely terrified of what's going to happen. And it hurts him. Not only because he lives in shame, but like there's no redemption for the son that he wanted but couldn't have, right? So there's just a lot of like depth to it. Like it was so few words, even you can see everything that's being conveyed. And yeah,
I mean, this scene is such a great example of the economy of words that we've talked about throughout this podcast. But the just like the simplicity of I have no honor, but I will not kill my family. It's like,
Yeah.
yes, I will accept that, but I can't do the thing that you're asking me to do. And he doesn't have to say much. He says 2 lines of dialogue, basically.
Yeah.
And that communicates everything. So in terms of, I know some people actually don't love the writing of Ghost of Tsushima. You know, they think it's a very straightforward sort of game. And I understand that in some ways. Like it's about honor. Honor is a very traditional theme in a lot of Japanese media. So it's like, is it the most groundbreaking thing? Maybe not. But the execution of it.
Bro, let me say that personally, if you don't like the writing, I think that you may be missing some nuance, because in my opinion, the writing in this game, if you study it scene by scene, like it is a masterclass in elegance. You know, we're talking about economy, but there's an elegance in the words that they're choosing. People aren't responding to the question that was asked. They're firing off with something that takes the conversation 2 leaps further. And it just keeps doing that, right? There's so much conveyed in so few words. It's poetry.
Yeah. You can, there's like really great nerd writing shit about this. Like even in like, the Key Story book, but like of the characters being able to sort of like, the characters not responding to things that are just said, right? It's essentially subtext, but like the, you know, responding to the underlying thing that's really at play in a scene.
The 2 characters are almost having a conversation with themselves, and we're witnessing that, right? They're not, you know, this guy is not listening to everything this person's saying and vice versa. They're both just talking, and you're turning it into a conversation. And
which is very realistic.
It is.
That's how real people are.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love it.
All right, so let's watch this second ending.
I have no honor. But I will not kill my family.
Oh, wait.
The ghost will be hunted for the rest of his days.
Here we go.
I will make sure you are remembered as a great warrior, a wise leader, and a father.
Thank you.
Father. Oh, and he calls him his son.
He calls him my son.
Bro.
Damn.
Find me in the next life.
And even just that moment, right? Like, find me in the next life is like, even if this life tore us apart, even if, because I'm living by this certain code and you are honoring that code, we are going to lose each other. I won't reject you. Come find me in the next life. You know, it's like within the constraints of the world in which we live, we can't be father and son, but I still want you as my son.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh man, I think that even in this moment right here, he is expressing, without saying it, because he's very stoic, that he's proud of him despite everything. It's like he's giving him this one thing. He knows how hard it is, and he knows that's not who he is, you know, but he's doing it anyway. And
they're both respecting each other in a way, right?
Yeah.
Like he's respecting, like Jin does not want to kill him. I think Lord Shimura knows that.
Yeah.
But he's doing this thing that he doesn't want to do. And then at the same time, Lord Shimura is giving the same respect back in terms of like, I'm not going to judge you in this moment. You are my son. Come find me in the next life. It's
so good.
I will.
It's like, it's an ending that I couldn't choose. And I remember when I watched it, you know, after, because everyone watches the other ending.
Yeah.
After you do your own, I was like, oh, I'm so glad I didn't pick that ending. but really sitting here, stepping through everything with you, I see whole other layers to it that make me appreciate it even more.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something as soon as this finishes playing out here. Okay.
All right, I'll just pause it.
Fair enough. So I'm playing Jin. I'm role playing Jin, so I cannot choose this ending. But personally, watching this ending, disconnected from this ending, this is the better ending to me, and it's a better samurai cinema ending. So Shimura gets the death he wants, a clean, honorable end. Jin gives his father figure, right, what he asked for, a last kindness that's wrapped up in tragedy. Find me in the next life. Like, dude, goosebumps, right? So, so once again, Jin shoulders the burden of doing what he doesn't want to do. In this case, it is honor. He doesn't believe in it anymore. It's consistent with the samurai archetype. So he becomes like this tragic figure, punished by his own sense of loyalty. And so I feel like he would do this because he's doing everything he's doing for other people. And I feel like not killing his uncle is almost selfish. But it's like me, I couldn't kill my family member, but I'm watching this and I'm like, Jin would probably be like, because this is what you want and I don't, like, I'll do this for you. And so, dude, this ending is just gutting. Like, you feel Jin's love for Shimura. You feel Shimura's love for Jin. And there's like this like Shakespearean quality to it. The son slays the father, right? And but not in rage, in grief, which is crazy, right? So this ending feels heavy and noble and just devastating. Like, it's almost like Jin is like sinking beneath the weight of tradition, right? And history and all these things that Shimura represents. And so you leave feeling like this doomed ideal was upheld one last time for the person it mattered to most. And so you end up with this beautiful tragedy. Like, so I love it. And I can contrast the endings too. I wrote a bunch of stuff about how they're like totally different. You know, killing Shimura is the ending of tragedy, and sparing him is the beginning of like a new legend or a new idea. One provides this preserves the samurai code at the cost of love, and the other preserves love at the cost of the code, right? So when you kill him, you honor Shimura's wish, and when you spare him, you honor Jin's soul. Like, the honorable ending is about closure, and the ghost ending is about continuation. So so then of course I got a joke that I wrote because I couldn't help it. You either ghost him or you turn him into one. And of course it's in theme with Ghost of Tsushima. So
of course.
But
the
I mean,
way you just explained this ending that we're watching right here, because I'm gonna keep it 1,000. You know, for the longest time I was like, not that I dislike this ending necessarily, but it just like, I was fully in the camp that like the canon ending is Jin walking away. Like the whole story builds to that. It makes sense, you know, but really sitting here with you and talking it out and then hearing you, you know, sort of explain that the way you just did. It's a great goddamn ending.
It is, man. I love the ending.
And very valid.
I don't think I could ever pick it, but like I said, if I'm watching a samurai movie, I feel like this is the better ending to write. It's so poetic, you know? And Jin's whole thing is about being selfless. And so he would give his uncle what he wants, I think. I don't know, man. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean that's very, but I didn't ever lens it through a continuation of Jin's selflessness. But as you frame it that way, it's like, oh yeah, actually, that's a really good point. So, for real quick, let's actually hear what the games director said about the endings.
Let's go.
And then we will get into the close of the show. So the guy in the bottom right is the games director. He was on the Kind of Funny Games cast, like spoiler cast about this. And this is what he said.
So the
well,
Sure.
I got a
Upset
question.
you, right?
I don't think I'm getting that through the
In your
sync
ending,
tube.
What was that? Sorry.
I said I'm not seeing that in the sync tube. If that's queued up.
Oh. I have to. You're right. I had to switch tabs, and then I saw it in the OBS. I was like, "Oh yeah, it's working."
Oh, all good.
But I'm in. Yeah. Hold on, let me
show.
Go to it. What is the timestamp? Like 28:28.
So
Pick. What to you?
true ending would be Jin leaving.
All right.
Yeah!
And then let me just fix the OBS. Okay.
Live and saying,
Okay,
"I
good.
don't care about your rules. I'm past that now. I'm sorry."
Is that
He's most
Ghost.
upset that
Oh, it's like not.
he's like, it will never stop. People are always going to pursue you. He's like, yeah, sure, yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
Nate, what did you pick? What to you? What's your true ending?
So the true ending would be Jin leaving his uncle alive and saying,
Okay,
"I
good.
don't care about your rules. I'm past that now. I'm something else. I'm the ghost." However, my personal Nate Fox emotional response when I play the game is I kill him every time.
Yeah.
The reason why is because I like him. And ironically, liking him means you should kill him.
Yeah.
That is a
Yeah. I mean, it's very simple. That's all he says.
Yeah.
But
on the money, though, I mean, on the money, that's exactly how I felt. It's like, I can't do that. And, you know, whether or not Jin would, I think, determines what lens you look at it through. Is he doing one last service to this person that he loves, or is he embracing who he's become and saying none of this matters anymore? It's just pageantry. Like it doesn't matter. Like honor is not what you think honor is.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, with that, let me jump back to our main scene with our beautiful backgrounds and our music, and we'll start to come to a close. I had a whole other section planned to talk about Yotei, but I think it's a little too much. We're almost an hour and a half over time, but I will ask you this, Excalibro. Yeah. Looking ahead to Ghost of Yotei at the highest level possible, I have two questions.
Okay.
One, what are you looking forward to? Just the highest level. And then, just because I know you did so much research on it too, give you a chance to. We spoke about Yojimbo as one of the inspirations. Mm-hmm. Actually, it came up earlier today where the director was in an interview and he mentioned the two movies I had pegged in my video of Yojimbo and Lady Snowblood as the two primary influences. So all that's to say, what are you looking forward to with Ghost of Yotei most? And then Lady Snowblood, what should people know about that as a potential inspiration, and how you think it could make Yotei a compelling story?
Okay. All right. So what I'm looking forward to most. So long answer or short answer? Or is it my
whatever you feel like. I mean, I'm good on time, but I'm just being respectful of the fact that we went over.
All good. So I'll say, from what I've seen of Ghost of Yotei, right, I'm looking forward to how they are shifting the combat system, for one thing. So in Tsushima, you had the stance system. It was beautiful. It was flashy, but not necessarily realistic. So with Yotei, they're reframing combat around weapons. And so the weapons are how you counter different enemy types and that kind of thing instead of stances. So I'm really curious to see how that grounds the fighting. and how it changes the flow of something like duels and that kind of thing. Really interested in the Kasurigama, like the sickle weapon's just really interesting to me. Then you got the world itself, obviously going back to Japan, same level of artistry and presentation. Very exciting in its own right. I mean, Tsushima was breathtaking, so Yotei is going to push it even further. Like, my expectation is that it's at least going to hit the standard that Tsushima did. So I'm really interested in seeing how they push that like sense of wonder, weather, landscape, cinematic framing, all the stuff that we just talked about that they're just nailing. How are they going to surprise me? How are they going to wow me all over again with the same ideas but in a new way? And so the other thing I saw teased, the wolf pack. So I might be most intrigued about this. So the idea has a lot of potential for, like, you know, there could be maybe new encounters or rivalries or mechanics around how these characters work, because based on just what we saw in Tsushima, they're not even all loyal all the way through. Some characters die, characters turn on you, a lot of different stuff happens. So I'm interested to see what happens with this wolf pack, and how it integrates with the story. You know, the Tales of Tsushima was another big highlight for both of us. And I feel like the wolf pack has to be woven into that narrative element somehow. So I'm excited to see how they do that. Like, I don't have any predictions. It's just kind of like, I'm anticipating that, just knowing that we have these, a bigger scope of characters is going to elevate the writing somehow in ways that I can't predict. And I'm really looking forward to that. So some gameplay stuff, some story, some visual, a little bit of all.
And I will say, you know, somewhat, it's not exact. None of these are exactly perfect, but the aspect of the wolf pack does remind me a little bit of Yojimbo in some ways, just in terms of you going in as a sort of like lone character, and then being pulled into this bigger thing with more characters sort of at stake that he, you know, has some connection to. And I think a similar dynamic is what they're playing out in the teases of the wolf pack, of her being this literal lone wolf in a lot of ways, who is sometimes joined by a lone wolf, a real actual wolf,
right?
Who is alone and who joins you.
Yeah, I agree.
And obviously she's going to bring all these people together in her journey, and it's going to open her up. I think it's going to change her. I think it's going to change the nature of her mission. She may still enact her revenge, but I think the bigger story that comes out of it will be even bigger than that. So I'm really looking forward to that. And they've said repeatedly that the revenge story is just the start, and there's a whole lot more. I know why marketing wise they focused on the revenge aspect. It has sort of made a lot of people assume, oh, it'll just be like Kill Bill, or even from a game perspective, like a Sifu, which is an amazing game, by the way. I love Sifu.
Yep.
But I think there's gonna be a lot more complexities to it. And from what I've heard, I haven't read any of these reviews, but I've had people tell me they have checked out reviews. I think like Gene Park apparently said that it's a better story than Tsushima.
I can't wait.
There's obviously like a lot of subjectivity with that. I don't know, who knows if we'll agree with that, but the fact that a lot of people do like the Ghost story, the Tsushima story. So the fact that there's at least conversation that Yotei is at least at that level or even better is very exciting.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm all for that. I think, like what you said, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they weave all this stuff together. And yeah, I mean, we could do a whole podcast on Yojimbo and how that might play in, just because there's so many little pieces. But we did talk about that a little bit earlier. You want me to just dive into Snowblood, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would say just give like a quick, just it is an inspiration for this game. Just sort of your quick synopsis on it and how it could potentially add some like layers or make the Yotei story even more compelling than than it might seem just from watching the trailers.
Okay. So plot wise, I'll just touch some of the basics. The plot actually can be summed up very simply. So Yuki, which is Lady Snowblood, is born in essentially a prison. She's conceived literally as an instrument of vengeance by her dying mother. So her mother dies, mother's vengeful spirit goes into her, filling her with the will to kill 4 criminals that basically destroyed their family. So she's raised as a trained killer from birth. The story unfolds in 4 chapters, almost like a checklist. Track down each target, confront them, kill them, you know, in like a stylish, almost like operatic fashion. The presentation, you've got like signature blood sprays. You've got, I mean, it's almost like violence as calligraphy, right? You've got crimson blood on everything, like ink on parchment. And so the way the film is structured is episodic.
The way that blood is shot too.
Yeah, man, like, yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the style of it. Okay, so let's touch on that for a second. So cinematic influence, this movie, if it's not already obvious, was a direct inspiration for like Kill Bill, like straight up homage, right? So it's this concept sort of elevates the revenge story into, I guess you could call it high art, right? It's not just about killing, but it's about like inevitability and destiny and tragedy, especially once you know the plot twists at the end of the movie. And so yeah, let's see here. Let me look at my notes here. Covered all that. Okay, so here's one of the most interesting elements to me is that there's actually a meta element. And I don't know if this is something they would want to use in the Tsushima plotline or Yotei plotline, but there's a character who's literally a writer for a local rag newspaper, and he sensationalizes the violence and corruption, and he's essentially like narrating or narrativizing events as they happen. There's a plot reason for that. But it becomes sort of like a revenge story about revenge stories, right? It's not just about revenge. It's about how revenge stories are consumed and told and mythologized. And so it's sort of self-aware in that meta narrative that runs through it. So I think you have some opportunity to not just take the revenge piece, but have all this commentary on it. And if they did anything well in Tsushima, it was have appropriate commentary on both sides of their theme. So I'm really interested to see what theme they're unpacking and then how they handle that in terms of, because revenge is really simple. And this hit list of the Yotei 6, very simple. It's a clear parallel to everything that's happening in Lady Snowblood. And it's even sort of like, it's almost like gamified if you want to look at it that way, because it's broken down into chapters in the same way that Ghost of Tsushima was. You have this area you can work in. When you're done with it, you have this area, and it's cut into acts or sections. And so even the framing of the movie works to the advantage if you're trying to pay homage to it. There's so much in there that you can do, despite the fact that the plot is pretty simple at face value, but it has enough little pieces or twists to it that you can add some nuance and some novelty if you're trying to, spice up your revenge plot.
Yeah. I mean, what I will say is that I think the best stories about revenge aren't really about revenge, right? Like, it is central to it. Like, Unicorn Potatoes bring up in chat, Last of Us Part 2 is all about revenge. I think that is the central, like, story thrust, right? Is the seeking of revenge. But in a lot of ways, that story is about a lot of other things. It's about the destructive power of love, right? Like, leading into it, Neil Druckmann's talked about this, that like in the promotions, he talked about, Last of Us Part 1 was about love. This one's about hate. He was just trying to draw a distinction in people's minds, but in a kind of funny conversation about Last of Us Part 2 afterward, he said, I said that in the marketing. but it's like truthfully, internally, it was about love. You know,
Yeah.
it was about love again. But we just needed to like signal some kind of change. And really it was about the love of, you know, Ellie for her father figure and what that drove her to do, drove her to become.
And Abby.
And Abby, same thing.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, without totally spoiling that game for people here who might not have played it, but the obsessions that are born out of the traumas that you experience. And they said at one point they likened it, as they were writing it, they were talking about like they were comparing it to like drug addictions. And you see that come to life in some characters like Ellie and how irrational she gets, and Tommy and how irrational he gets. There's a lot of elements of that story that's one story I've wanted to make a video about, because it's easy to say that story is revenge equals bad. That is, I think, a valid read of that story, but I think there's a whole lot more to it. So all to say, yes, I'm hoping that the revenge story is sort of the canvas on which a bigger theme, a bigger story is told with Yotei. But I think that even if they work within the confines of revenge, I think they've proven through Ghost of Tsushima that they can take something like honor and explore it in so many ways that we can have this conversation and unpack new things that we didn't even pick up on in our first playthrough, just through rewatching everything with context.
Absolutely. Well, I do have a closing question for you then.
Okay.
So this is a totally binary yes/no question.
Okay.
Do you think we will have alternate endings in Yotei? Will it be, whether that means just basically I'm saying one ending or more than one? It could be 2, 3, whatever. But will we have that choice in the ending again, do you think?
I'm gonna say yes. You know, I think it could be no. I'm definitely leaning on the fact that they had 2 endings in Tsushima.
What do you want?
Because it really is interesting, right? That I think I'm cool with 2 endings. I think I'm like, you know, people are gonna be like, oh, but you don't want multiple endings in FF7 Part 3. But I think there is just something to, I don't know, like it seems to work in Tsushima. I think it's really interesting too, because it is such a linear, like predetermined story. There was no element of choice in Ghost of Tsushima until the very end.
Yeah.
So I think there's something kind of bold about that in a way. Like there's no role-playing element at all, right? There's no building relationships with anyone. It's just a story that just happens to have a choice at the end. I think I'm good with multiple endings. Yeah, I think I would take multiple endings. I think it's probably what we'll get, and I'm good with that if it is. What about for you?
I agree. I do want multiple, and the reason I want multiple is because after seeing how they handled Ghost of Tsushima, I trust them to execute multiple endings that are satisfying. So why not?
Because sometimes multiple endings aren't satisfying, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so thank you for hanging out for so long. I know we went over time.
Yeah, my pleasure.
But you know, it was great to chat through all of this. We covered the entire story with most cutscenes, which is kind of crazy. But we're gonna bring this to a close. Thank you again for hanging out for so long. I'm going to go to the ending screen. I'm probably gonna raid into Max. Fuck it. Because he's streaming. But yes, we'll be back tomorrow. Actually, this is all incorrect. Everything on the screen right now is incorrect. We'll be streaming tomorrow. Ghost of Yotei Day 1. It'll be 7:30 tomorrow night. I'm going to boot up that game and we're gonna play it. So I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully all of you can be there for that. Thank you so much to Excalibro for being here on my first guest podcast stream. Thank you, Toolman, for hanging out. Unicorn Potato, anybody else who happens to be here. We are going to raid into Maximilian Dude, which I've never had the opportunity to do because he always streams like super late and off my schedule. But I'm here at 12:30, so Easy Mid, thank you for hanging out. I know you were here at the very beginning too. So thank you all. I will see you tomorrow, and then on Sunday, FF7 Rebirth finale stream with guests. Sleep easy. I'll see you all. Now you should all go and sleep easy yourself. Have a good night.